The time has come to prune the tree.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions spawn. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. slain. Double kill. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Aced. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
I can never resist an invitation to dance.
Lost his innards. Minions are on the march. You have slain an enemy. slain an enemy. Your allies on a killing spree. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Tides always turn. Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally double kill. Ally has been slain. That ain't worth a coffin. Your ally has slain an enemy! Your mate's defeated the fishes. An enemy. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your ally has been slain. Won't be the last body to fall. An enemy. A present one is slaughtered. Voice about you. Your ally has slain an enemy. An enemy. Your allies decorate your seabed. Worthy crewmate. Your ally has slain an enemy. Enemy double kill. Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. Killing feeding the fishes. Killing spree. That was a bad one. Double kill. Slain. Lost his inertia. You have slain the enemy. The turret's been destroyed. Take out that enemy. Your ally has slain an enemy. Turning his coin. An enemy's unstoppable. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Don't mistake him for swabs. An enemy. ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. You solved that problem.
Enemy double kill. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Enemy double kill. Aced. Your ally has been slain. Your allies decorating the seats. 2 men overboard. A present for the side. You come regret it. Your turret is flamed.
going to be able to stop him in the side lane.
He has the Pantheon to play through, like you mentioned in draft. He has the favorable matchup into Scion, and we'll be able to, once we get to the mid game, just walk at the Scion and push him out of the lane, and we'll be able to do massive amounts of team fight damage with good engages as well. The setup the Pantheon can give him. Side lane pressure is something that D+ do not really have in this composition very well, unless Showmaker gets accelerated. And so far, it's pretty dead even there in the mid lane, as we do have once again Lucid trying to lurk here for a counter gank.
Counter gank position is absolutely fantastic. His owner's going to be moving in. Now Carrier could be in trouble yet again. There's the damage out of Smash. Is he going to grab another one? Here's the aftershock value, ladies and gentlemen, as Korea wasn't taking any damage for a few moments in that one, as now Owner is looking for Smash. The barrier comes through and he gets behind the wall. Is Smash going to survive? Yes, he is, as that is 3-0 so far. Lucid gets flashed on, but Warrior Trickster and Pays is unable to lock down the kill. Now Battle Nami is looking for it.
He has a
Can
barrier.
he get it? As there's the barrier to come on through, and Smash goes down. Now Korea doesn't have the aftershock and he's going to fall. The Slurkle almost picks up the kill at the same time, and Pays may have just saved the game.
I think they just miscalculated. I think they thought he had barriered in the earlier fight. He held it for the entirety of this 3v3, which is absolutely insane. I myself almost wasn't ready to trust that that was actually correct when I looked at the UI, but he doesn't barrier here. And when they go back in to try to kill him, he has the barrier, and it's a miscalculation here for the side of D+. Pays plays this brilliantly, stays so far away, wasn't able to layer enough damage initially here, flashes for the kill on the Lucid. Lucid barely gets out, and he still has barrier here. When Career wants to come in and do this damage with Smash, but Pays just sitting there waiting to press his D key, pops it here, gets the kill, gets the triumph, and that's 2 extra kills for Pays, and almost takes Lucid out there with a Slurkle as well.
Imagine if that had have actually connected as well. I mean, that would have been absolutely ludicrous. A killing spree this early on for the Yunara as well. Just crazy. But as the dust settles, it's only about 100 gold in it between Smash and Pays. But we do know the Yunara is going to scale devastatingly into the later stages. I imagine Smash going to be pretty happy about mid-game, right? Hitting 2 items on this champion is very powerful, as now I've got an ulti coming in from Owner as he's looking to make his way towards the top. Smash has to flash to get himself out of the way. And the Skyfall now being on cooldown could be a big deal. But yeah, Pays really starting to run away with this now.
Smash does flash because he doesn't want to get stunned by the Pantheon that still has flash available. So now he's down flash, they lose a lot of tempo, more than what already
Would
did
you
occur.
say that Smash had to flash because he didn't have a dash?
You could say that. And Owner is going to take the prize of starting this set of grubs first, as Lucid does have level 6s. We are going to see Doran look for an angle here.
Yeah, snip, snip, not quite working out there as the needlework. Oh, she did the hold position tactic, which looked to be exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, sometimes there's the walk strategy, but sometimes there's the don't walk strategy.
Yeah, it's crazy you can mix it up that much. You know? As Lucid going to be grabbing 2 of these grubs, but the first one was taken there by Owner. As Shockwave going to be thrown out towards Faker here. And so far, the orb off in the mid lane hasn't really been the focal point of this game.
It has been going pretty well for Faker. Generated a small lead. And Showmaker does have his TP back up. He TP'd first.
Yep. So
we'll have it to go straight back. Looks like Faker's going to look for a little bit of chip damage before he does the same. And this is just kind of how this matchup goes. When you have that tempo advantage that the Syndra, if played to its maximum potential, does get. And he actually doesn't even get any damage on the Showmaker there. Quite able to.
Yeah, not quite. We do have this wave just crashing on forward. Showmaker just wanting to stop the back if Faker was doing it in a position where it is possible. Wasn't actually the case. Did his due diligence to get all the way out of the way. Yeah, and Showmaker gets all of these.
Almost could have denied a plate there, but is unable to do so. I think that we will likely see Faker pick that one up as he returns to lane. He actually doesn't need to teleport either, so we'll hold a teleport advantage over Showmaker for a little while here, which feels great for Faker.
Yep, could be good for overloading a side lane as well as this game goes on. We know that T1 play around globals very effectively. Well, when you have teleport advantage, that's exactly what that is. As Career and Smash back up against Pays and Carrier here. You could imagine the Carrier pretty comfortable just going for engages. As now Smash looking at the angle towards Pays, does get the speed up as the culling gets dodged out of the way of. There's a heroic charge out of Carrier. Steadfast Presence comes through. Bubble doesn't do too much here as Owner is behind Lucid as they move back down towards this bottom side. Pantheon, though, is very, very scary. Both of these junglers level 7, but the Cyclone is there, and Faker has the inside track as Showmaker a little bit too far away. No teleport available, so that means that T1 will have control of this bottom side.
I mean, Showmaker's just going to clear that ward and try to clear the next wave. Looks like, though, D+ will be able to escape with their lives. No real big fight to go off here. We're not going to see flashing junglers looking for CC, although Lucid is considering it here.
Yeah, Smash getting taken down lower. As in goes Owner once again. There's the flash Cyclone!
Triple.
And the tidal wave comes through as well. Smash trying to get himself to safety. All right, they do just evict the monkey. And Faker is now in a bit of trouble. Finds Scatter the Weak, and Showmaker doesn't pick up turret aggro. That's important because I think otherwise he would have taken a couple of shots there at least.
Maybe Faker took a bunch of damage rotating back to lane. Showmaker may have just, after clearing that ward, sat in the brush. Not sure how this all went down, but obviously used his ultimate.
All right, Shiv. Just going to walk at Doran here momentarily. We'll find some damage with the Q.
Well, that was a very big tussle in the bottom lane where a lot could have eventuated, but ultimately just a lot of ultimates are used. The flash for Lucid was committed, though, and that's the biggest pain point here, I think, for D+, because even though they got the triple knockup, the Poppy ultimate was swift. Lucid was pushed away.
Yep.
And this is finally, it looks like, going to be the dragon take here
We
for
got a
T1.
lot of pings on this dragon, so DK, I believe, know exactly what's going on, as Korea will not be able to find the bubble. And so it looks like this Ocean should be going over towards T1. That's going to even out the feats of strength as far as objectives are concerned. Still looking for that first turret, and of course the remaining objectives to go down, but looks like it's going to be a while before that one comes in, as Smash just throws out the culling just to soften up Carrier here mostly. As Owner is going to move back down towards his Krug camp, and then look to clear out his top side that has been sticking around for a little while. As Orb flies forward, Showmaker looking for even more.
Actually hits that Q there. It's a little bit more of a chunk into Faker's health bar, and didn't have his ultimate online just yet, but feeling pretty good about how that last trade went. Is another ult here.
Yeah. Another Skyfall comes down, interrupts the dash there as now Smash should just be dead. Yep, Paige is going to be able to pick that one up now. Korea in trouble. Will find the tidal wave. Look at that. Can't do damage now as he's got the aftershock at the ready.
If there's a disjointed back here, Lucid might have an angle, but I don't think so.
Not this time. They are going to be able to hold onto the wave, so at least they're not going to be able to do too much damage to this turret, as Lucid needs to be careful. There are 3 bad guys in this area, as he does try and get on top of Owner, finds a decent amount of Q damage with his Trinity Force that is already put together. Now Korea is just dead, as Carrier stuck around and will be able to take him down. It may just now mean that Lucid can kill him, but Faker will turn up. There is another Cyclone charge to come through. The Unleashed Power comes down, and Lucid tries for some funny business, but it doesn't quite work out
with
there.
how this series is going so far, Atlas, I feel like we might need to add the comedy tag to this one on Disney+, you know what I mean?
I'm enjoying it. I reckon this is the way. Sometimes, you know, you can have some, like, really heartfelt comedies, and this is turning into one of them, perhaps.
Yeah, I think there will probably be a message at the end.
Yeah.
And maybe on this episode, the message is, like, make sure you pick the
Make
proper
sure
runes.
you don't pick Aftershock Nami.
But also maybe don't face check there and try to hard force on stopping back. Says Showmaker's here.
Yeah, Shockwave comes through the flash forward from Shiu as Doran still looking for more, and Shiu's gonna find it. Great gank there from Showmaker towards his top side to even out the kill score and get them back into touching distance.
Also has TP, but looks like the TP is still down for Shiu, so I thought maybe he was gonna try to catch that bottom wave, but nope, not gonna happen. Will just be Showmaker staying here topside for the moment. But Paze is a huge problem in this game. He has been generating massive leads here in Kespo Cup 2025 and has 3 kills on the board from that earlier exchange on the top side, has a Kraken Slayer at the ready, and he is 750 gold ahead of his opposition here. Cole will complete for Smash, which will help a little bit in that department, but this is certainly not the lead that Smash was hoping for when he locked this pick in.
Yeah. I think that looking towards the mid-game, T1 will be leaning on Paze quite a lot to carry them through it. Right now, only with 1 item completed. When 2 is done, you're feeling a little bit better, but 3, oh baby. That's when the Yunara starts to feel real good.
Yeah, and the lead that they have with this Yunara doesn't necessarily mean they can explode this game on an upcoming Herald fight, for example, but Owner has made such an impact this game on this Pantheon already.
Yeah.
Smash one of the things about Lucian too is he's low range and does a lot of burst, but if you get super far ahead early, if people try to blow you up, you kind of just kite back and kill them. He's not really going to be in that position in this game, even though he's pretty much even on items right now. So, uh-oh.
Yeah, Stefan's presence does come down. Lucid gets exhausted and is able to flash himself out of the way. There's the tidal wave. As Carrier takes a little bit of damage, the Rift Herald is going to move back towards the pit. The Faker is moving down from that top lane.
And they lost the tidal wave. They lost Lucid's flash. So much tougher to play this fight out now.
Scatter the Weak comes in. Carrier will get the knock-up onto Korea, who just gets unleashed powered and is unable to play the game. If only he had have activated the... No, it wouldn't have helped, I don't think.
No, I don't think so, but he wasn't able to do it either. As that should be the Rift Herald. A bonus kill going over with the decisive call again from Carrier here.
Yeah,
on this
done.
Poppy, who's just been taken over. And this ban that we didn't see on the Poppy is one that I think D+ might regret, even though they banned already 2 of his champions twice, like four times basically, have been targeted, and then they got the Azir away from Faker. But this Poppy doing work. The Aftershock, important, but ultimately might not really be what this game is about, to be honest with you, Atlas. I think this is really just about a bottom lane focus for T1. They play through Pays again. Carrier is having a phenomenal Poppy game, and when does he not, generally speaking? It's pretty rare.
Well, now he's looking for Shiu, who is extremely tanky. There's also Lucid in the area, so may not necessarily be the most fun. However, there's a Pantheon able to make his way over, you could imagine, pretty comfortably, as Shiu just walks his way back and is able to survive. One item now complete for this Scion, and he's only going to get tankier and tankier as he builds up that Soul Furnace.
I think this Dragon, if it goes over to T1 and they get double Dragon, and the fact that this Yunara is already ahead, has the ability to sit back and scale, is so disastrous. And I don't even know what Soul helps D+ here, if they could start stacking the maybe Mountain for this Scion and the Wukong.
Yeah, perhaps.
See what it ends up being, is they are going to go for a late contest here.
Yeah, let's see whether Lucid can steal this one away as the culling to soften up Carrier momentarily. That is going to be the Drake going over. Double Dragon, like you say, comes in for T1 as the bubble is going to connect there as well. As Smash able to dash out of the way before that Steadfast Presence locks him down. Another Cloud Soul.
I know, it's a T1 Cloud Soul,
yeah.
and it's amazing for the Yunara that has a massive lead.
Yeah.
The lead diminished a little bit. Smash does have 2 kills. The call was picked up. He actually has an item advantage right now, since he'll be at the first buy. They're actually trying to set a trap here as well with Lucid over the wall.
Yeah, bubble is going to connect there, as now the Shockwave is going to come on through. Lucid wants to find the angle as they take down Owner. Now Pays wanting to offer the damage back, but already DK have backed off. They've got out of there. They'll take their kill, and they will move on.
All right, this is pretty massive for D+. Get another kill on the board here, evening us up at 6-6, and they prove that they can find these angles. They can play around this Wukong incredibly well. And that was a very patient setup here for D+, as Lucid has a little extra speed from the Cloud Rift as well. Gets on top of Owner as he goes in.
Did you see the Aftershock utilization there as Korea gets engaged on after hitting the bubble, and so Owner didn't do any damage to the Nami?
Yeah.
That unironically was actually valuable.
Yeah, I mean, there was some value there this time.
Yeah. It maybe didn't actually affect
what
the outcome was.
Yeah, the more valuable thing was that they went in with Pantheon, and the Cyclone caught him on the back end there. He wanted to find an angle. Owner kind of gave him that angle. It was a nice trap. And, maybe at some point we'll hover over the Aftershock and see the numbers.
I don't know whether they will be very large as far as at least damage numbers are concerned. Still, Smash and Korea will be able to get this wave shoved towards the outer turret.
I mean, this is really pretty crazy game state here for D+. They have a gold lead.
Yeah, they're looking actually pretty good as, oh man, that was a very narrow avoidance of the needlework as Pays speeds himself up and gets out of the way of the culling, but still he's at 50%. They did need the redemption to come on through.
Smash doing a ton of damage to that turret, getting so much first strike gold too as well in that exchange. I mean, he's almost caught up in gold.
Yeah, and the cult certainly helped out, but now it's dead even between the two of them. In fact, 2 gold means absolutely nothing. Faker going for a bit of a reset here as the mid laners across the board have been pretty quiet. Of course, Faker helping out in side lanes where he can. But Showmaker really has been kind of absent outside of that Shockwave around this point in the map, as once again he's going to be rotating down.
He did win the side though, forced Faker out, and that turret took a significant amount of damage. They also got some deep vision again here on the top side of T1's jungle. And this push continues in mid. Like, T1 are not able to actually leverage this Yunara pick just yet. And Phantom Dancer was picked up late, right? Smash got his rapid fire cannon a little bit faster. I don't think that's really what that fight was about, where Owner was caught, but see what these next few fights do look like. They were able to get a 2 Drake lead, which gives them so much time, gives them so much of a leash, and Doran is going to pick up a ton of money.
Yeah,
this is also, feats of strength just picked up here by Doran, who just cuts down this turret where it stands. We've got a possible ult angle here from Shiu as Lucid is wrapping around. Doran is in a lot of trouble. I think he may have to at least flash, unless he just dies, and there it is. So not wanting to put that summon spell on cooldown, as we've got an ulti cross map here as the bubble is going to come down but misses onto Owner's career. Will find the tidal wave and then keeps himself alive. That was with his keystone, I'm not entirely sure. The Herald is going to be popped here, and T1 still going to be able to find an advantage by trying to take down this outer turret. Okay, well that commitment was trying to get a little bit more than just one charge into the turret as Showmaker's caught.
Yeah, Scat of the Week comes in. Slurkle there as a 3-man shockwave is kind of insane, as now the eviction of the monkey is going to be happening once again, and Carrier is going to get taken down. Shiu on a flank angle. Man, I never really associated Shiu with Sion, but over the last couple of days, it's starting to become one of his most impressive picks.
Smash on Lucian, too. This guy is absolutely having a day out here, and this turret is going to survive.
Oh, does have to flash as Owner dives on top of him. Pays being kept at bay here by Shiu.
Imagine if Lucid had Cyclone when that shockwave hit.
I know.
He used it to kill Doran, so he didn't obviously have it. Doran is also not in this fight, and the flanking Scion will show up here. Carrier trying to deny entry with a steadfast presence, then actually ults the Wukong away, but like I said, he doesn't have Cyclone. He's not the problem. The problem is the damage coming through from Smash. Shiu is able to get the last hit there on his flank in, as Doran was just completely absent from the fight. Looking to do some damage to this turret. Showmaker was backing here, but will stay to defend. This game state is still so even. I do kind of like the game state here for T1 because they have the 2 Drake advantage and they have this Yunara, but D+ are really making this composition work.
Yeah, they are. And Lucid is really starting to run away with the game as well. 2 items have now been completed. We're still waiting on Black Cleaver for Owner to really even that one out. But Sundered Sky and Triforce done here for Lucid. Makes this monkey so frightening.
He's got his flash and ult back up.
Yeah. So does need to be careful of a pesky Poppy throwing him away from a fight, but still, quarter of that cooldown still remaining on the Keeper's Verdict. And okay.
This is a good game.
It is a fantastic game. I'm surprised that DK have managed to sort of wrestle back some control here, because we have to think back to yesterday and what happened to the first 2 games.
Yeah.
They just got ran around the map. And what has T1 been able to do to so many teams in the past? It has been just run them around the map and win in side lanes, things like this. As Otacon, like you say, has been started up as Shockwave to bring Doran back underneath this turret. The turret's going to help try and take him down here as well, as I don't know whether they're going to be able to take the Otacon if Doran is just dead, but they don't actually see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they know it's being done, but like Smash doesn't rotate over quickly enough here. They are going to commit the redemption.
Lucid gets in. Faker will find the Unleashed Power onto Korea, and he's unable to activate the Aftershock fast enough to mitigate the damage.
They stop the Otacon. They're unable to kill Doran, and Career is the one who goes down, as Shiu is going to side lane this turret down eventually one day.
I like how sometimes he hits it with his elbow, and other times with a very large axe. I could imagine he'd be more efficient if he just used the axe, but he still manages to take that out of turret on the bottom side.
Smash cannot really get entry here. It's going to take him a long time. They're going to commit the TP.
Speaking of entry, yeah, the Scion making his way in. Unstoppable Onslaught is available. Let's see what they can actually do. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the monkey again, and that is going to mean that this Otacon goes over to T1. Now Pays gets crashed into by the Scion. The flash has to be used. There's a great knock-up, and he's slowed by the Dissonance, chopped into pieces by Shiu, who's now looking to get into position. Another Q is going to come down as now Smash cuts off Faker, and will be able to grab that kill, and now they're all underneath this turret. Shiu happy to tank it up, and Carrier and Owner not long for the world as they are pushed the wrong direction. Lucid looking for it. He'll grab one against his opposite number, but it's actually the ebb and flow of the Aftershock Nami that finishes off the ace for DK.
They get another turret here. And this fight is a lot about the resistances being taken away here for T1, but also the fact that Smash is able to close the distance here and show up, and Faker is just not able to make an impact on the fight. Now they get the smite secure. They had to commit so much to burst it. Look at this setup on the Pays. The Q is going to land, takes a ton of damage here. Baron is being taken as well by D+ in live. And then Smash gets in here and flashes the scatter from Faker, which is so massive. He can then take him out. Now, this Baron up for grabs here. There's no contest whatsoever from T1. We're so staggered from that last fight. So you got the Otacon, but D+ got a 7,000 gold lead.
Man, like early season, and I'm calling this early season because it's the new rosters, you know, the new iterations as a new bottom lane. DK is so good. We were singing their praises in the LCK Cup, and maybe, especially for the benefit of DK fans, we need to really embrace them playing well in the early stages of a season, because it can go badly after that.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, when they were able to make the finals last season, most teams weren't fielding their full rosters, right?
Yeah.
This is an extremely competitive top four, where all
I mean,
four...
just to confirm, Bro was fielding their full
That's
roster.
true.
So it was a legitimate fight.
They did legitimately lose to Bro in the finals. However, this is a D+ that have looked dominant throughout this tournament. We were wondering in the group stage, because it was the weakest group, like, is it really meaning anything? Almost beat Hanwha yesterday, and now are looking like they're gonna maybe shut T1 out here if this trend continues. As like you say, Showmaker is now level 18.
Oh my god! Okay, so he's 3 levels ahead. He's hit max level here at 26 and a half minutes.
He's been doing a lot of being in the side lane and pushing Faker out, and then occasionally showing up and doing big damages in team fights.
Yes, that has certainly happened.
He's 3 levels up.
Yep, he's got his Blighted Jewel there. So
Faker has Otacon!
Yeah, building towards Crippling by the looks of things. There's a Shockwave to show some damage here as Faker gets put down to 50%. The culling is going to come on through as Carrier not really wanting to tank that, and there's the Light Slinger to finish him off.
And Carrier flashes, Smash does not.
Oh no, and now Doran fighting against Shiu. Shiu in a bit of trouble here as Doran's starting to get some work done. Great avoidance of the knockup does come on through, as now Doran having to deal with some big old turret bullets. And can he outrun this Zion? He cannot. And it's going to be the solo bolo back once again.
This should be an inhibitor here for D+. 7,000 gold the lead, cracking this base open. Double cannon minions here. They could even siege for more. They need to be careful. But I mean, they have enough power here to play this calculated. They're going to now try to just kite out of the base and look for the opening up the mid lane where there is an Inner still alive there to broaden their win cons in a game that is now completely on lock for them if they don't make any major mistakes. Man, I cannot believe the comeback here, but this is like, I mean, the game was pretty close for a while, but they just suddenly snapped T1's neck after what was a really rough time in the bottom lane with the commitment we saw from Owner there, then the top side fight where Pays was able to end up getting 3 kills.
And the Otacon was taken by T1 as well, right? They still had those 2 traits
there,
that they stacked up. I feel like playing it slow was actually going to really benefit T1 with what effort they'd put into in the early game as far as the neutral objectives were concerned. But because they committed to that fight and DK got the ace, they then get the Baron, and now it's almost an insurmountable gold lead, right?
Yeah,
like this is so much more relevant now for DK than these Drakes or Otacon ever were.
Exactly.
All the feats of strength for T1.
That's the problem is, you know, the timing at which they decided to hard send it on that Otacon is so horrible in terms of the end result. And I think when they made that call, we burst this down, jungler's knocked away by Poppy. They thought, okay, well, this is kind of, maybe we lose someone on the way out, but this is definitely worth. It certainly was not, and D+ just outplayed them, and it's T1 kind of tossing their advantages away in this one, but D+ really catching the ball.
Oh, there's another calling as Pays takes a lot of damage. Ona moving over, and look at the burst. Ona does have to put up the shielding. That is going to at least keep them alive, but this inner turret is going down lower and lower. Great scatter. He's only going to hit the Dark Sphere onto the Warrior Trickster decoy. And now we've got an ulti in as Ona looking for the angle. Tidal Wave is going to interrupt as now Korea speeds himself up with the passive and is going to avoid getting slowed. Look at him swim. He is swimming so quickly. Great flash forward there from Ona to avoid the Aqua Prison. And that is some sushi now lying on the floor of the jungle. Good ward goes over the wall there as Carrier spots out the rest of DK. As now T1 with the man advantage. Doran doesn't doesn't want to push his luck here as the Slurkle comes
The
on
base
through.
is starting to stack up minions, though. Super Wave is hitting the Nexus turrets, and the second one is going to the base, so they're up a man, but not really, because Doran is going to have to come over here and answer for this. So D+ will maintain their map control. They committed the Pantheon ultimate, which is pretty low resource, just to kill Anami. So it's definitely a big win here for T1, but it's not going to necessarily save the game state, as this inner turret is still going to go down as Doran has to go and defend. So more gold here into the pockets of D+.
Yep, 1 minute on both the Baron and the Dragon.
Cloud Soul, we mentioned earlier, like, this is insane for FaZe. Might not
Also
end up
pretty
coming
good for Lucid.
It's very good for Lucid, and individual dragons are very good for anyone, the Cloud Dragon, but for this Wukong composition that's ahead, and even for the Lucian that's going to be chasing people down, every single one matters here, and when you're 6,500 gold ahead, it really starts to feel like you are invincible and you are speed running around the map.
Yep, not to
like you're on
mention
roller
if you,
skates.
not to mention if you have a Nami who just presses buttons on you and you run really, really fast. Like to see a Nami that actually knows that if you acro-prison your teammates, they run exceptionally fast.
Yeah.
Which is very, very cool. My wife didn't know that, actually. She's been a Nami player for a very long time.
Gotta zoom.
Yeah, she's like, no, that is what I put my enemies in.
Sometimes there's no enemies nearby. Sometimes you gotta run fast to get back to lane.
Yep, and sometimes, you know, your AD carry is just spending too much time in the shop, so you gotta get them back out there. All right, red buff going to be taken here by Ona. Almost gets stolen away, but does not actually happen. Should be a second Drake over to D+, but not the end of the world here for T1. They were able to get the double dragon, and so that does help mitigate things, as Shiu now potentially in trouble, but his shield eats a lot of that engagement.
Okay, the thing is, does FaZe actually have IE? Okay, he does not have it yet. If he gets that, I mean, he is still a massive threat in this late game. If the fight goes awry here for D+, if the engage is poor from Lucid, if this Yunara lives through the end of the fight, she will do the most damage in the game and will help clean up. They also have that really strong Gwen.
The Baron isn't as important if your Nexus is about to
That's
explode.
true, and they have a lot of ways to protect Smash pushing this wave in.
Yeah, well, there is the Grand Starfall, as Ona doesn't have a lot of friends in the area, as they do try and get rid of the Orianna. She is going to be out of there as Heroic charge does come on through. Now the engagement from Doran comes in. The Mist does a fair bit of work, but Smash is still able to take him down. And Shiu is a brick wall. You just cannot get through him. They're at least able to throw a bit of damage through, but once they overcommit onto a Scion, then Showmaker and Smash can really get to work.
Doran's dead. They don't have the Pantheon ultimate anymore.
He's going to be out of there as Heroic charge
really
does come on through. Now the engagement from Doran comes in. Yep, and okay, the orb does come on down there as Shiu trying to walk back into this fog of war, as now Ona desperately trying to find some sort of engage. Heroic charge comes through onto Lucid, but he just says nope to the Poppy. Shiu is still alive as the Unleashed Power is at least able to take down Lucid, but there is another ace, and DK, I think they've just done it again to push themselves to match point.
D+ Kia potentially looking to set up the upset here in this lower bracket finals. 2-0 start. A rough one for the Runes for career. A great start for FaZe, but it just doesn't hold a candle to teamwork here at D+. A failed Otacon tosses the advantage away, and T1 on the back foot here in dire straits, frankly, now 0-2. They will need a reverse sweep to stop D+ from moving on to potentially get revenge against Hanwha. They took the 5 games yesterday. Yeah. This is one of the best Kessbook Cups I can remember.
Seriously, but honestly, it's not even necessarily that it's the best. It's just the most unexpected.
But like we've seen, I think we talked about this yesterday. I think we've only missed 2 games out of the maximum amount of games we've had. And like I told you guys, I think this goes to 5. I think T1 can bounce back if they get the reverse sweep. How hype is that? The tension that we're going to feel throughout this 3rd and potentially then 4th and 5th games later on, because T1 were so on the back foot, could be insane. And I still think, like, game 1, disaster
I want to give
early.
career POG.
Game 1, disaster early, right? And then you end up with a one-sided game. Game 2, had a nice lead, but you make one big mistake. I don't think this is necessary. Like, you should have been able to close this game out as T1. Game 1 was a bit of a wash. We didn't really even have a game there. I think the coaching staff is going to have to do some real work here to get these players in the mindset that like the reverse sweep is 100% playable. You have to convince your players that they are the better team and that they can win 3 games in a row with the depth of this roster. FaZe playing unique champions almost every game leading up until this point. Faker is Faker, right? There's a lot left to play in this deep best of 5, and T1 can come back here. But they just got to avoid making some critical mistakes, you know? D+ has been so punishing this tournament.
Yeah.
This is the moment where we thought, okay, like maybe this game is just a wash here. We go to 1-1 as FaZe just completely outplays, holds his barrier, but they weren't able to turn this advantage into a game-winning advantage.
Yeah, not to mention, Smash then bought a cull and sort of mitigated the gold advantage that FaZe was able to put together. And don't get me wrong, FaZe was, like, still incredibly scary, but the way DK sort of just avoided ever fighting when the Yunara could get value outside of this moment right here. And, oh man, if that Slurkle had also connected, it would have been kind of absurd. But T1, they go all in onto this Otacon fight here. And even though D+ were unable to win the Smite fight because Lucid was sent away, the problem for T1 was that, like you say, all of the resistances were torn apart, and then they just get split up. And Smash didn't have to worry about Faker's ultimate either, because Korea died to that only a little while prior.
Smash just putting in some serious work. I think there's multiple players you could vote for here. If you want to vote for like Stay Cool, it's definitely the career vote. But if you're voting for jungle or for AD carry, I think you're really on the mark in terms of how this game was saved and brought back here.
Yeah, I feel like I did vote for Lucid, but I kind of regret not voting for Smash. I'd be pretty happy if he managed to pick this one up. Shio also is a great vote. But the Scion, I mean, he was still just a Scion. But the fact that Shio is so good at this champion now is kind of mind-blowing because he was such a carry player. They just get Smash will pick it up. There is justice. Yeah, I feel like I did vote for Lucid. Lucid played fantastic. And he did so much damage in this game.
He was overshadowed by Showmaker despite having 1,000 DPM.
And not voting to Smash.
And yet, like, when we move to top 4, it feels like he is overshadowing Showmaker in every way, because in these game states where he's behind, he says, that doesn't matter. Yeah. He's been on average behind in CS. He's been on average behind in gold, and yet is still putting up some of the biggest numbers on the Rift right now in the AD carry role.
Just incredibly impressive stuff out of a D+ that yesterday, like if you were to say to me after game 2 that this is what was going to happen, I would not believe you. I would say you are just pulling my leg. But no, this is where we are. They have match point now. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we see whether it's going to be D+ closing this out or whether it's reverse sweep territory starting for T1. We'll see you soon.
Wild in pursuit of suspect. Back off, rookies! We got him. Rolling spikes!
What are you shooting? Sorry. Could you show me that clip again? Wasn't wearing my glasses.
Fail at this case, and I will split you up.
No snake has set foot in Zootopia in forever.
There's a snake!
We're gonna crack this case and prove we're the greatest partners of all time!
Yeah! If you want to talk to a reptile, I am your gal.
“点赞再看，养成习惯。” 赞再看，养成习惯。点赞再。 点赞再看，养成。
应该弄小 K，
已经死了。
屏障从这儿走。
发现了，发现了！哎，他为什么不从塔下走啊？
好像。
那这样杀不了吧？
这样杀不掉了吧？这血量300
看泡泡，
好
像没泡泡。
OK。
哦呦，还是杀掉了，还是杀掉了。
一个大
还杀了。来杀了，
他是 E 追着 A， 然后最后来 Q 闪。
哦，我知道了，他不从塔下走，他是防止那个小波比用 E 做他位移。他这样走的话，波比他做不了位置。
很喜欢抓下，然后呢，你看这一波，我问一个很关键的问题，这个小组为什么要 KT 啊？他没待过 KT 啊？
他想亮呗，他喜欢 KT。
想亮就亮呗。
什么意思？
对啊，就喜欢 KT。
就是我正在 DK， 心在 KT。
他没法强啊，他没法强，没伤害啊。
消耗能力太弱了。
正常是带2个法强啊，是一个啊，老狗。
两个法强，就一定是反蹲。
哎，但是没有人在反蹲啊，这波有人在反蹲，露丝他还是很及时的。
天亮，感觉死了。
但没人打他，没人打他，兄弟，没人打他，出发没有。
确实没人理他。
哎，要打死了，这边有个机会。
有屏障，
完了，
哎呦，要炸了 T1。
我有假头，
有个假猴，有个假猴，有个假猴。
我操，被操作麻了，被操作麻了。
哎，有屏障，换个。
哎呦，操作麻了，被操作麻了。
哎，有屏障，换个。
哎呦，佩子，我好尽力的佩子 ，W 还逼了一下对面。哇，这屏障捏的好死啊，最后。
佩子骗到了，
我操，少爷。
哎，那美洲可以不给他去这边节奏啊？屏障是吧？以为杀了没想到。
如果他是艾迪，其实早杀了。早杀了。不是，他感觉其实这个可以把这边就拉掉不会打。这边走不了这个位置。
哎，这个位置打会被。大号结。红这边给他了。
红这边也给了呀，这样换。
对，
感觉露西变强了，这个他真的变强了。我还比他之前看过。
那去那个，
我这下线看到就熟人子，能做到。
被爆死了。
这波筛反好快啊，这波。
对，他们是。
我要小猴。
哦，但是欧阳还是死了。
我露
，combo
西
接上了，
还行啊，露西。
主要这波许哥这个球给，然后露 CJ 过来给卷死了，by owner。
他好果断呀，玩的。
我棋盘少人啊。
感觉猴子加发条打团有点画面了，得看波比
这不就是
防的好不了。
等许哥过来，套个球隔墙。
哦，是不是
给个大？
呀，直接踩上去，直接滚。
许哥感觉运球之王啊，许哥。
猴带球。
但是
之前都有。啊，还要打吗？这不？
还要打。
那时候那个有一把情侣被他杀了6次，你们记得吗？单杀6次，就见到就死。
啊，还要打吗？这不？
还要打。
他
结果呢？那个猴，哎，
锤走了，
锤飞了，
哎，锤飞可以打了。
那鳄塔还有了，
打掉了。
哎，鳄塔拿到之后可以走了呀，不要贪了。猴子这波有大招有闪现的，少爷快走。
梯子死了呀，
少爷。
死了，后面猴子卷进去。
人啊！
老张又说那种屁话。
老张。
对啊，老张能说的。
哎，哇，小 K 帮忙挡，直接挡死了小 K。
带火炮跟圣枪洗野。
这把已经没了，准备是没闪现的 Smash， 但潘森把 E 给用了。
这劣势太大了。
娜美的控加旧的控，
皮子还要对
丢也太肉了吧？这 A 不动啊，
点不动。
擦痒一样。
哇，娜美这波控的好，一个 RQ 再接一个 C5的蛮横冲撞。
篮子直接
没视野的，
压力很大。
没视野的，只能用它开个叶往前丢。
踩上来，
闪现晕，
这干嘛呀？野辅了，兄弟，野辅
扛不住了，
我操，
野辅太重了，野辅了，兄弟，野辅
扛不住了，
我操，野辅太重了，这好多盾，
好肉，
发温了，
好，
有点难。
地狱啊！
进去。
points. The fact that this Anivia is really going to struggle until it gets, you know, its second item completed. Once it hits level 16, its ultimate's going to do a lot, but it's going to take some time.
It's also going to be scaling alongside the Rise, right? Like the first two items are exactly the same for both of these champions. So if a lead is picked up by either of these mid laners, then it can be really hard to feel like you're able to get to a position to fight back because you're always chasing after the same item build. And that can be a real difficulty. We've spoken about the trough of the Caitlyn many, many times. There are ways to mitigate it with different item builds that you can do. The collector build into IE has been one that has kind of worked out, but it's still that trough that you can get to in the mid game can be problematic, and Jinx has that a little less. Let's get into it. All right, all 7 of the D+ fans here at the Soup Coliseum in full voice. Yes, 4 more have turned up since the previous chant that I mentioned before. As Shiu going to be able to clear out this ward.
Consider also, K'Sante is not a side lane threat in this game.
Okay.
And the Jax is. And the Jax has a Rise to Realm Warp to empower its side laning. The Anivia has an egg to die potentially twice if he's caught in the side lane, but isn't going to be able to make any sort of impact to protect the K'Sante unless he's just already on his way over. The wall is okay.
That's a lot of wards, as Showmaker is just going to move in and throw some flux around.
They got the heal out of Keria.
There you go, that's something. Faker is now going to be out of position to deny Showmaker's ability to just walk back into the lane. But it's not quite going to be something that he needs to worry about. Gets a ward down. And now we've got some more Biffo coming on through. Cosmic Binding is avoided there by Smash, but he does have to drink his potion. Pays still has his available. And let's see how this one's going to go. Gatling Gun at the ready.
This is a really important matchup between the supports to layer their damage in. Glitterlance and the Aerie trying to charge damage in. Stuns and trade here. If you hit a stun, Pays can follow up with a Q very easily, as you see there.
Yep.
So Career taking the worst end of that one. If he avoids the binding, then it's a huge trade up. Good follow up there from Pays. Absolutely ready for this.
Yeah, and some more rockets being thrown over towards Carrier here, as we can see. DK have been pretty good at holding onto the wave. As you can see, we'll be able to hit that level 2, but very close to the T1 turret. But this is not normally what you see out of a Caitlyn lane, right? What you really want is to have full control.
And a lot of farm was lost, actually. Smash just kind of missing some CS here, so it's actually Pays who ends up taking a CS lead as the wave crashes through. Saw Smash miss 2 there just at the very end.
Yep.
So far here, looking pretty good. The heal gave them back control, gave them level 2 for Career since they didn't have to use it at level 1 when Showmaker came down. But at the end of the day, relatively even start in this game in the bottom lane. It's team fights, though, where I think we're really going to see one team pick a lead up. We're going to start to see advantages come through.
So far, Lucid is just clearing out his jungle, doing a full clear from top till bottom, and we'll then head over and see whether he can fight for a crab. Of course, the Trundle has a good matchup into the Xin Zhao, especially in the early levels. Xin is just unable to really skirmish against the Trundle. And so let's see whether Owner is going to be able to successfully avoid this troll. As all right, Carrier and Pays will hit level 3, a little bit before Smash and Career, but they will be right hot on their heels. Yordle Snap Traps and Flame Chompers are now available for both of our arcane protagonists.
That is
Showmaker,
massive.
yeah, that's a huge wall.
Wall plus the stun that set it up there. Showmaker gets 2 turret shots, and the tempo lead he had in this lane, he's going to try to maintain here by clearing this as quickly as possible, but certainly a big win there for Faker, who was just biding his time under turret.
Yep. And now you've got Lucid actually moving towards this topside scuttle, as now Doran could be in trouble. Shiu looking to try and find it here as Doran pushes Shiu with him towards his turret, as now Owner could be in trouble here. Great wall just to stop his Xin Zhao from falling down, but we saw Lucid was able to get the scuttler, and now might be able to move down towards this bottom side and claim this one as well. Carrier trying to move up to hold onto this as Career is alongside. As it looks like T1 will be able to group up first, but the troll is hot on his heels. Okay, Owner is able to take that, as now Magical Journey flash comes through from Carrier, but doesn't quite find what he was looking for there with the Cosmic Binding.
Yeah, aiming it back through the journey itself was a little bit strange there.
Doesn't quite be able to go past Smash and then attach it to the wall behind. Just didn't quite work.
Yeah, obviously having to make a quick flash play like that, moving your cursor from left to right. Not able to make it work, so fortunately for him, that play just completely whiffs. Could have been a huge opportunity there. And now his flash is on cooldown. Nothing ends up being too huge out of this. Showmaker, by the way, when he got pushed into the turret, had already teleported back to lane. Faker had not. So Faker actually holds a teleport advantage here. There's so many wards on the top side of the map right now for D+. But end of the day, there's going to be Showmaker being able to catch this wave and catch up in farm. So we go back to a relatively even game state here. We keep watching Doran get stunned and the trades that happen afterwards. Cassante is still Cassante.
Yeah. And you can see Shiu's lamppost isn't exactly doing all of the work that he wants it to up against Doran, who is pretty tanky. Needs to be able to press W to make it really hurt. But so far, the Jax is doing just fine. He's ahead by a little bit, about a wave actually, as these are going to be equalized. And it looks like Doran looking for a little bit of a back angle, as it might be a lane swap in the future here.
Could be. See Keria rotate back over as they want to see if they can use this control the bottom side of the map to maybe start Dragon.
And with the fact that Shiu was able to wipe out that wave, it is going to completely even out the gold that had moved a little bit in T1's favor, as Showmaker, once again, going to get walled off.
Great play here on the Anivia from Faker.
Yeah, Glacial Storm doing some work now that he has hit that level 6. Owner is now able to move in. Will be spotted on this control ward. In comes Lightning, but does not find anything there in the brush, as the troll wasn't quite there just yet. Will now put himself into position. Both junglers level 5, and Owner is going to move in. Now, Lucid, can you find a pillar angle? That's the question, and the answer is no.
Really tough.
Comes out first.
Really tough to go in as Owner in this situation because the Polymorph, Career is positioned to set it up. If he does try to go in, they're going to slow play it instead, which I think is absolutely the right way to handle this 3v3 with Faker having Cryo. He is rotating over. Showmaker does have his ultimate, but it's going to take a long time to get over here. I think D+ should be very wary of trying to fight.
Cosmic Finding does go wide here, as now Lucid looking for an angle, still level 5 himself, as Showmaker on that flank. And Faker taking a bit of damage incidentally. Now Pays getting himself out of there. Speaking of getting out, Career is going to have to flash. Uses the heal as well, as it's a battle for the scuttle right now. And Lucid is going to back away now. Showmaker finds himself singled out, but he will be allowed to leave. And it is just going to be some Shellfish for T1 as their prize.
Might be able to turn this into a Dragon, though, with all this pushback into the bottom side. I think they very well should be able to. D+ really didn't want to give it over. My shield here will
really
prevent
nice
the interrupt. And well, he's actually just going to stop anyways, but the Dragon goes over. Showmaker came in, almost died because he was then going to be collapsed upon by the rest of T1, so has to flash. And this is just overall a massive win for T1. As big as a win as you can get with 0 kills on both sides, right? They pick up the objective, they get control of the bottom lane. Summoner lost for Showmaker. Career also having to flash at the very beginning of that fight. Yep. T1 getting a ton of small advantages stacking up here. Showmaker coming over with Lucid. They might look for a steal.
Yeah, Carrier's moving up, and he doesn't have a lot of health. It's going to be a 50-50, just stolen away by Lucid. Highway robbery here on this Dragon.
And just like that, all those small advantages feel even smaller when he comes over and smites it. 29 health. Left on that Dragon is slightly early for Owner there.
Oh, man. Okay, so it's not end of the world. The gold hasn't changed. It's one Ocean Dragon, which doesn't really mean too much. The Grubs have now spawned, and Owner might be able to head on over there and take that one down, as we do have a little bit of a maneuver towards the top side of the map for the bottom lane of D+.
Yeah, we're going to see Showmaker head bottom lane as well.
Teleport at the ready.
He does have the ability to teleport into fight to contest for these Grubs. Smash goes into the mid lane, and this is going to potentially be another big fight here. Though there weren't any kills on the last one, the extended fight did mean a lot until Lucid walked over and pressed Smite better.
He did.
As you see a wraparound here of the Trundle.
Yeah, Carrier setting up the magical journey so he can't just get out of there, as the Tempered Fate is going to collect this Jinx on the snap trap immediately afterwards, as there's the flash. And the Whimsy shield does come on through there, as now it's Career that's in a lot of trouble. He will get taken down. There's First Blood over to Pays, as now Owner looking to try and get himself out of there. These T1 health bars are going lower, but it's Shiu that they're focusing on. He leap strikes to get himself out of the way, and the Q goes wide there by Doran, as everyone on T1 is in the area. Pays getting snared up, and now Shiu gonna have to get out. The flash forward from Carrier doesn't find the mark. And we will just back away. But First Blood does go over to T1. Now they have a decent gold advantage.
The margins in this fight. Well, look at the ghost from Smash here, and this goes down. Tries to ghost out, just not quite able to get out. Has to flash the damage coming through. Pays does not commit his ultimate there because it would actually just waste DPS in the fight because he knows he can't kill Smash there. Career goes incredibly low, and then the rest of D+ just have to feebly try to peel. Doran comes in at the exact right moment here to buy enough space. Shio then has to jump out with his leap strike, and that's the end of the fight. A pick goes down, unfortunately, onto Career. Smash was the initial target. T1 really giving no prisoners here with the engage that they have and the trap setup that you can get from a Bard ultimate. Really nicely played there. Smash almost able to get out with the ghost. If he does, I think T1 probably just have to back away.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal that Tempered Fate did land, and the follow-up with the Caitlyn is so incredibly powerful. Not to mention that, I mean, there's follow-up sort of with a lot of different things, as Faker can also get a wall down to prevent and also set up the stun to really capitalize on the stasis. And so now Pays feeling a bit immovable here in this mid lane at the moment.
Smash so much more vulnerable without Flash.
All right, Lucid also not going to be able to fight for his Raptor camp. As Cosmic Binding comes in, Korea is over here, does have Wild Growth. May need to use it, as never mind, he's not able to because he does get Tempered Fated, and now Korea is just going to get taken down. I was wondering whether he was ever going to press that Wild Growth button. I'm pretty sure he had it.
This is why Caria doesn't get to play Bard. It's normally not allowed. We have learned this. D+ thought they had the answer with the Lulu. But, I mean, this is just a catch onto the Trundle. Lucid is so dead. And the Tempered Fate here prevents any sort of fall, but also guarantees a second kill onto Career here. And now, this Caitlyn starting to just kind of coast through the early game. That trough may not come to pass with the advantages he already has.
Yeah.
1,000 gold to lead the biggest lead on the Rift.
And there's also now the Feats of Warfare put together here by T1. And so going to be able to upgrade some shoes, most likely. As she was sitting at 50% health, as Carrier is sort of wandering around. A few members moving down towards his bottom side, as we can see. His owner is going to be on his Gromp. Carrier now just looking for a little bit of a reset where he can.
The advantage that D+ hold is in this Jax. He is up significantly in the CS department and is going to be a side lane threat they can try to play through. They did get that Dragon as well, so even though they're behind pretty massively on this Jinx, they have some time and some leeway. They will never be able to match Pays without winning a team fight, without getting some kills for Smash here, but they can at least guarantee that this Jinx will hit some of her breakpoints later on with the extra time they have. They get a second Dragon somehow miraculously with like a Smash ult steal or something. Maybe they feel really comfortable about their position, but at this point in time, it looks like it's going to be one apiece. 20 seconds till it spawns, and T1 have so much control around the pit, control vision on both entrances. And Jax doesn't have TP.
Yeah, neither does Faker, and he has actually not going to have that one up for a little while now. So no Anivia, no Jax in the next fight. Ona starting off this Dragon immediately.
He is definitely aware of the Jinx rocket. It's been nerfed quite substantially. It used to happen all the time. We'd see steals. I don't think, with no vision here either for D+, there is any role in which Smash gets this. They may even just put Pays in trajectory to block. And he is going to stand in the way for now.
Yeah, it's going to be the slowdown onto Pays, but plays defense. That should be the Drake being taken here by T1. Great stun to land on a Faker here. Oh my goodness, that wall. As Elite Strike is almost going to get the egg, but it doesn't actually come on through as we have a Chemtech Soul. And Sheer realizing that he's going to have to teleport out of here. I actually don't think he really needed to, but he didn't have any information about who was coming.
That was a disaster. Almost gets the egg, but committing in further was definitely not the right call. It's double stun!
Yeah, it's massive as now Lucid flashes out of the way. No Tempered Fate will land. Flame Chomp has come on through, so at least Ona's going to take a bit of damage back after that Tempered Fate. Smash is just not doing any damage at all right now. And Carrier, as he does on his Bard, is just running the Rift.
I mean, this is classic Carrier Bard. We've seen so many of those ultimates game-changing in so many games across multiple turns, whether it's internationally or here domestically. And the fact that Doran is behind means very little, you know, and he's not even that far behind anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a Cassante, right? So
yeah, exactly. That's
he's
what
just
I mean.
happy to soak damage, much like what he's doing right now. As the Rune Prison comes down, Showmaker is going to try and kill him. He's taken down to about 100 health. Can the Q land? The answer's no. And Doran just walks it off.
And so many razor-thin margins this game for D+. The near egg grab there on the passive for Faker on the top side ends up costing Shiu both of his summoner spells, right? Showmaker hoping he can get this kill here onto the Cassante, blasting everything in, trying to get that damage done, but it comes up just a little bit short. These small edges T1 have been so important. And Showmaker just wanted maybe something back, something they could pick up here. Their first kill of the game, and they won't get it. Faker once again will get the stun and zone Shiu away.
Yeah, fantastically, just holding him at bay. As Showmaker's going to move in, Rune Prison does come down. But
it's another teleport down to Faker.
Yeah. And so now it's just Showmaker parking himself in this lane. It's not actually a gank that's going to be doing too much of anything at all.
But Doran is hitting that turret in the bottom lane, and they have to give up control over the Herald Pit. Like, this is just loss after loss on the map. T1 are smiling.
Yeah, and now they're looking for feats of strength as well. They're able to take down this Rift Herald, as DK will at least be able to deal with the mid-wave. Heading now towards this bottom side of the map, but that is not where the action is. Owner's going to get spotted, but I don't know what DK are going to be able to do about it. As Lucy gets a chomp out of Carrier, and the Rift Herald is going to go down. So Shelly, unanswered, that's feats of strength, and that is a lot of power to take this first dragon as well. As Carrier is looking to interrupt Korea, he will be able to do so, as Tempered Fate holds him in position. And Ona is going to move on over. There's a Wild Growth, but I don't know whether Korea is going to be surviving this one. Still, there's going to be an answer as Showmaker gets in range. Great pillar comes on through as Ona realizes he is not escaping. Carrier could be in trouble as well, though, but look at the damage out of Pays, who just executes Lucid. And Carrier's little bard wanders his way out.
Yeah, Showmaker picks up a kill. I think they were hoping that with the reset coming through for Smash, maybe they could end up pushing that advantage even further. Faker gets the whole turret here on the top side, wasn't involved in this play at all. This starts off with Carrier stopping Career's back. Career does have Wild Growth, so it's like, all right, let's try to make something out of this. Gets the Wild Growth off, and you can see the ult in from Showmaker. He gets on top of them. Owner buys a ton of space, then decides, okay, I have to sacrifice myself to then be able to allow my teammates to escape. Carrier goes incredibly low, but pays his damage with the headshots coming through. Just deletes him.
Yeah, Subjugate not actually able to kill Carrier either because he had heal left available. And so Lucid almost got the fadeaway kill there from the Death Chamber, but it doesn't quite work. So, dust settles. 3,600 gold is going to be the lead here for T1. And they're the ones that are starting to run away with this game now.
Really have to feel like, as D+, desperate plays might be all you have left in this one. Down a full item here. The triple longsword just isn't going to hold a candle to that completed rapid fire cannon for Pays.
Yeah, Collector done as well. Needs an Infinity Edge to really feel good, but man, he will after that item is completed.
And like, we're looking at a late Rod here for Faker, which will give him a huge spike later on. It's like exactly where you want to be as the Anivia. He's going to get a whole extra turret here too. Got the top side one. Shiu no longer interested in interacting with the Anivia in this side lane. And maybe Showmaker can get a turret in exchange on the other side of the map. Carrier has the exhaust.
Yeah, Lucid going to be held in place for a moment, just buying some time to get Pays over here, as he does put down the Tainted Ground, and Lucid will be able to run his way out.
So it looks like he will get that turret on the top side. Showmaker, at least that is a win here for the side of D+.
That's something. Zap not going to connect as Pays looking to put that Collector Rapid Fire Cannon to work. As Lucid is getting very annoyed at Carrier here.
Carrier does
just being very frustrating.
He still have his he still had his ultimate there, so with Pays nearby, he really needs to be respectful. He needs to back away. Looks like the turret just barely survives there on the top side of the map as well. Showmaker not quite able to take that one down, so that small piece of good news I think isn't even actually coming in just yet, and it will be instead a dragon to go over to T1. Chemtech Soul here, decent for both squads, but not really the craziest dragon we could have had.
Would have felt really good for D+, but I don't think they're going to get into any position to be able to take it. As T1 now clearing out the mid lane once again, and will be able to get into position for an Otacon that will be spawning on the top side of the map. And I don't think it's going to be the same problem as what we saw in the last game, As Lucid now getting discovered by Ona, looking to start this one up. Does have Pace there for the artillery. Is now subjugation onto Ona. As into the backline goes Showmaker. He does have to flash away, but Ona's already dead. Now Smash with some flame chompers is able to lock down Pace momentarily, but Faker gets in there. Shiu has to flash his way out. Tempered Fate is avoided there as well, but it's 2 flashes out of the carries of D+, and now it's Shiu that's in trouble. Counter-strike and a leap strike to get him out of there, and now Korea has to flash as well. They are farming summoner spells on T1's side.
Now they did have to use Doran's flash to get those last few to set that one up with the wall coming through from Faker. D+ do end up getting out alive, albeit, as you say, a lot more vulnerable for some follow-up fights, and T1 are also, with the backs coming through, going to be able to secure this Raptor camp and a lot of deep vision around this Baron pit. Otacon has just spawned, and I think that we're getting to a point where once Pays gets another back or 2 in, they probably can start looking to start and zone with this Anivia here for Faker. I was worried for a moment there that T1 might be overextending. Remember, they were in a pretty good position, not quite the position they're in this game, last game around, and then toss things away on the Otacon. And that's probably going to be in the back of their mind when they do decide to ultimately start that objective up, how calculated they are about it. Maybe a faster turn could be in order, because they ended up losing the entire game and giving so much money over to D+ in that failed take. So, again, much stronger game state here this time around when they will potentially be starting that Otacon, as it looks like they're going to be doing so right now. As you can see, there's so much deep vision from that previous play. It's hard for D+ to even get over there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if it gets much safer than this ultimately, unless Showmaker had Realm Warp, you know, which he doesn't.
My goodness. All right, well, they do at least see that it's going down. I just don't think there's going to be any response here out of DK. Lucid running pretty quickly towards the area as Faker is going to, Kerry is going to have to take a magical journey to get out. Nona, he just smites the Otacon. Super Mega Death Rocket is soaked by the Xin Zhao. He's not too worried about it. And so another objective goes over to T1, even more power for them. They have a 5,000 gold lead, and now the pedal advantage is pretty gigantic. 16 on the side of DK. Entirely sure how many T1 has now, but I think it's probably more than that. As yeah, 25 picked up by T1.
And I mean, Faker's going to get that extra level from his rod towards 16 on top of the extra experience he was able to pick up, how much side laning he's done in this game.
And Lucid getting some chomps out of Doran.
They're just trying to siege this turret with the Caitlyn composition. Can be incredibly powerful.
Yeah, she was looking for a flank angle. Faker is also going to be making his way over. As T1, they want to stop this Jax from coming in. They're all on vision, but it's the inner turret that they're looking for as the magical journey does come down. There's a flash towards Smash, who does get out of the way of it this time around. The Ghost actually working here, as we could see.
I mean, it's a failed play in terms of the flash from Keria, not getting the pick on the career he was looking for. But ultimately, they still get the prize they wanted, which was that turret there in the mid lane that they were continuously sieging.
Oh, another magical journey coming on through there, as Lucid not going to be following the Bard. Now Doran going to be discovered by Showmaker. Take 2 on the attempted kill onto the Cassante, and Lucid is going to be moving in this time.
Maybe this time they can get those resistances gone. There's a timer on this, though, because everyone's rotating up, including Owner, who's very close by.
Yeah, there's the all-out as Owner is going to show up, but that is the kill over to Showmaker. Now Pays is going to get in amongst it as Korea moving over as well. Showmaker looking to try and lock down Pays. The Wild Growth comes in, he gets polymorphed, but it's Owner that takes down this Trundle, and down goes the Jinx as well. Pays finds the pot shot. And there's the interruption on the Realm Warp as Owner is now going down very, very low. Korea going to be the target of the Xin Zhao, but he is going to die. And Pays once again just stands his ground. Korea is dead as the double comes through, and it's 3 in the fight actually. As Showmaker now wants to be able to kill both of these bottom laners, but it's a Quadra unofficially there for Pays.
And I think that might have been the death knell for D+ in this one. I want everyone to notice as well how quickly T1 rotate over with the mid prio they have, and Doran does end up buying a ton of extra time here with Owner, and also the TP from Jax. You can see Faker in the bottom lane on the minimap is unable to interrupt him, also decides not to match the TP, so this is basically a fight without the Anivia at all, and it is still crushingly won.
Man.
This shot from Pays saves the fight, because if that Jinx with these resets is online with the setup they have, it is just not a winnable one for T1. Instead, Pays ends up picking up the unofficial Quadra, and Faker, who gets to hold his TP, continues to push for free in that bottom lane. He has got to be close to level 16.
Oh my gosh, what a ridiculous fight there.
He's got level 16.
Right. Yeah, Smash is very dead as we come back from the replay. And it's a 9,000 gold lead here for T1. Make it 10 as this inhibitor turret does go down. You can see Showmaker in that bottom lane, wondering what the heck he's supposed to do about this scenario here. And maybe the answer is go for a bit of a flank, but I don't know whether that is really going to be coming on through, as Korea will be able to Captain Jack himself. Showmaker does find a rune prison, gets a decent amount of damage down as now Pays looking for an angle, but it's Shia that finds his. Still not going to be able to survive that as he actually flashes to get out of the way.
Okay, well, Faker's low, but he still has his passive, and I don't think D+ can really make much more of this. Showmaker's ultimate is on the edge of coming back here, but going in deep could be a mistake here. But what else can he do in this game? 10,000 gold behind. You know, Faker's actually just on the edge of this wall, going to get away with this back. Lucid tries to pillar him, but it's just a split second too slow. And now, I mean, Dragon is kind of on the cards here, but I don't think T1 even necessarily care about it. They just want to get kills and end this game. Mid is open.
Yeah, Korea is almost just dead from that ace in the hole as Ona's moving over. There's the all-out onto the Lulu, as now the fight on the other side has broken out. The Tempered Fate to buy some space as Showmaker flashes on in, but Ona is in melee range of him. Pays is going to go down, so at least Smash gets that money with a Super Mega Death Rocket, but I don't know whether it's going to be worth it, as T1 will kill 2 in the fight with the sacrifice of only Pays.
Yeah, a bit of a thumbs up there from Lucid saying at least we got one.
There we go.
As Smash, the only AD carry surviving here, was hoping maybe that he could rejoin his teammates because he was dead, had to rejoin, came in at an awkward angle, but they still get the kill on the Pays.
But ultimately, it's going to take some time.
Yeah, I mean, it is Faker's ultimate that's going to be taking on it the whole time. I just don't think that it's really realistic for D+ to actually get in here and contest. I mean, maybe Lucid can flash into the pit.
Well,
no.
Can Lucid survive the bard damage? That's the question. As they do need to get a ward over, as that is just Lucid on the floor. Ona says, well, that is how we deal with the smite of the enemy team. And now, Ona is not in the pit for when the Baron goes down, but that doesn't seem to matter as Smash trying to kite it out and is able to get excited, takes down the Xin Zhao. There's the second, as now Faker not going to get zapped, but Carrier still running for the hills. Korea comes over with the help of a Realm Warp, and DK, they do have to leave a few Barons left alive.
Carrier almost taken out there by the Death Rocket, but looks like he is going to be just fine. Blast Cone's not going to stop or disconnect any backs here, and the Baron is successful. In a more even game state, this would have been potentially disastrous here, but the way that this happens is Lucid knows, okay, I have to be the hero. I'm trying to go in and flash into this pit. He gets collapsed on by Owner. The Baron now kind of awkward because they don't have Owner's smite. So the 3 top members of this fight can't rejoin Owner and help him kill Smash because they need to actually secure the Baron. And the Smash flash there gets him to kill, gets him the first reset to take out Doran. And then it's a escape mission here for T1 as they try to get over the wall here. Carrier gets the heal for Faker to get out. They both have to flash away. They survive. The Baron goes over. And I think the kill gold that Smash picked up there and the 2 resets he got, unfortunately, is just not enough. He does get the 3 items right. He does have the IE and the LDR. Like, he is a massive threat. But it's just not fair fights we're going to have from here on out. Like, that fight worked because T1 were cut off by the fact that, or Owner was cut off by himself to deny the smite from Lucid. They had to take the Baron. So, like, the Baron was basically an extra teammate for D+ in that fight. It's not going to look like that for the rest of this game. And T1 still have the Baron to now siege a second inhibitor.
And let's see whether it is going to work, as DK showing some signs of life. So maybe there is at least a team fight in them. As Doran underneath his turret, he does not want to be here. He's just dead. As the turret gets turned off.
Shades of that Final Worlds game.
Yeah, that was an odd one. That was a TSM jungler from a million years ago, but that was also a very odd situation there for Doran.
I think they still get the inhibitor pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and she also has to deal with this Glacial Storm that Faker has put down. DK hoping to keep these minions away from their Nexus turrets as Owner. It's his turn to go in a little bit too far, but Shio is going to go down. Owner now with that ulti running is going to keep him safe, as now Showmaker is in trouble. Faker trying to come on over as Pays gets into range, a couple of autos, and down goes the Rise. Korea needs to really be careful because if Pays looks at him, he dies, and there's the triple. Is Pays going to get another Penta in this moment? It could be possible as the Nexus turrets are going down as well. There it is. Owner actually going to be stealing that one away. It's a quadra kill. Not quite the Penta, but at least T1 stay alive in the series. And DK, they still have match point. but it's reverse sweep territory now for T1.
A very dominant win here for T1. And this time they do not stumble, they do not falter in their lead. They're able to turn this mid game into a smash hit success. And it's Smash this time, who actually is put down completely. Maze ends up with 36,000 damage in this game, but I think the show was stolen once again by Carrier's Bard, who set up all of those early to mid-game fights. The laning phase was strong from him as well. Baker with a pretty good performance on the Anivia as well. Didn't end up doing big damage this game because he couldn't really reach the team fights that were being dominated by his front lines. He spent a lot of this game in sides, but it was a pretty respectable performance. I think his best game of the three thus far.
I would agree. I think Carrier's Bard, absolutely amazing, but Pei's playing this Caitlyn out just so incredibly well. Always finding the right angles in team fights and really getting off to the best start possible in this game. I have to say, T1 looking a little revitalized in this third game, and I'm so glad that at least now we've got a series on our hands as T1 are able to finally fight back. Oh, there is the slow motion as the ace in the hole comes through to set up that kill there on Lucid, as we could see.
Hayes has just showcased so many different colors of his ability. Whether it's early game tempo leads he's looking for, whether just hard playing through a bottom lane like Corki, for example. Ezreal got a ton of resources against Team Japan. Or if he's playing a pick like the Caitlyn, which is all about lane dominance, siege power, positioning.
This Peacemaker, man, just insanity.
I mean, the guy is just having so much success, regardless of the champion he's picked, and regardless of game state. Like, even in the last game, he was definitely able to do a little bit more than I think probably should have been able to do. Game one as well was kind of trying to keep the game interesting, wasn't really playable at all, unfortunately. But, I mean, he was the one who made the outplay top lane against D+ in game two to get them into the lead in the first place. He is just, I mean, if we had a series MVP, if this reverse sweep comes through, he might have already have earned it from the performances he had in the losses. Not to mention how well
同这么好，本期嘉宾呢是一名。
spawned.
That's necessarily he has gone that way. I saw an APEX Saver. Doran's trying to wrap around, eats a ton of damage, and look at this engage here from Kanavi. Gets on the back line. Let's see that rebut. Yeah, he's able to avoid the hostile takeover and send it back, but the fight is still so broken up they cannot kill Gumayushi. His martial pose is too good. Doran flashes.
这里多来想用 W 的盾一下给没 boss， 他过去时候 W 没了。
Guma's too healthy, and then this shot blast finishes off Hayes. It's a double for Zayas.
K 杯还好吧？他正赛配置这个表现绝对要被刷屏。
One that T1 can overcome, even with their incredible scaling in their mid and bottom lanes.
Yeah, this is the problem. Is HLE now getting turned into this Mountain Drake as well, giving them that extra durability. See the transformation there from Zayas as well as the Mirror Manor is now online. 2.5 items. I don't even think he had the Manamune completed in that last fight. Goes back, spends a whole bunch of cash that he picked up on that one.
应该会贴心的送给他花圈跟卡车，没啥问题。
On Zeka's Akali. This is the scary thing. You can see him there on your screen.
And also, you know, the denial.
This is the only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, back our forest. My people.
"在英雄联盟10几年的历史中，厄塔汉应该是存在感最高的野怪，不是因为他在游戏里的重要性，而是在背景故事里，他是推动联盟宇宙最新剧情、串联多个重要英雄，甚至是导致英雄死亡下线的关键角色。厄塔汉原名叫卡塔什路，在公元前400年，他是威震八方的盖世名将，冷血暴君萨恩乌苏尔麾下第一武将。可以说，只要是人类的战争，卡塔什路就没输过。常年的杀戮与极端。
Just not really that interested in playing it overall here in Kespa Cup either, so I suppose they're not as interested in that. They're much more concerned with the Victor because the Azir ban comes through here for T1. In fact, on the red side, see if that Kiana gets taken away from Lucid here, who has been still teasing the fact that Lee Sin is up and available.
Yeah. There is also still the Twisted Fate that I think Showmaker might be tempted to bring out, as the mid pool has been thinned somewhat. We obviously, see the Kiana ban to come on through here as the final one. Nothing really standing out as far as the first pick priority champions.
I mean, maybe Sari just gets locked early because she's one of the scaling picks that's left available here. We have kind of taken away some of the other big ones completely. Ashe, the other one that is, I think, on the minds of these players.
The other thing is Rakan, which is the last sort of big ticket engaged support. But the Aurora is the consideration. That will be locked in. A flex pick here between Showmaker and Shiu. As you can see, Showmaker there being a bit vocal in the comms, but we'll just have to see who's going to be playing this champion. I actually really like first picks that are flexible to not give away too much. As now, very serious is Doran as he thinks about what this next lock-in is going to be for T1. I wouldn't mind just a bottom lane being locked away, something with some power, but instead
an owner
Nocturne.
favorite. A very classic owner pick here. But he changes over to another owner classic in the Vi, which will be snapped up here.
And a bit more of a pick away as well, as Lucid has been very, very good at this champion as well.
It's just Ahri Vi then, I guess, right? Like, that's the best pick, I think, left in the pool here to set this Vi up for success, and it is such a classic. The Aurora is a flex pick, of course, and we could see something like a Galio, and there's a bunch of different ways T1 can play this one out, but
I really
feel
like
that's
this
a strong
Rakan.
option. The Rakan, like you mentioned, is super good engage, is insane follow-up for the Vi. This is a great 1-2 punch here already for T1.
Yep, and it sets up for a Pays Kai'Sa as well in 3 if they would like to go down that route.
It's
I think
a great call.
D+ might even consider picking that away to deny it from T1.
Because now you're really not wanting to play the Zeri that much into this much engage here as D+, and you don't have a great front line. The other pick you could see here is Sivir. Jarvan locked in. Xayah is a very safe pick, but has really not been relevant in this tournament.
I really dislike it because it also sets up for a Kai'Sa pick, right? We've seen Xayah Kai'Sa so many times, ever since 2017. Those two just kind of go hand in hand, and I just feel like having a Kai'Sa in the composition for T1 is going to look a whole lot better.
And I'm the kind of person who has always felt that it's a trap to think, oh, there's a lot of CC, I should pick Xayah for safety because you only get one ultimate.
Yeah.
You're often just kind of a low-range AD carry that's doomed to fail because you can't do damage into this much CC. Is the Rel will get locked in here. That's one of the only other engaged supports left. Leona, I suppose, was another option here, but the Rel is safer. And I think now you could either go for
the Ahri or the Kai'Sa, I think, are what is going to be picked up by T1.
You still could play Sivir and ban Jarvan if that's how you want to play it, but this composition is more well-suited to the Kai'Sa. And I do agree with you. I think that is likely the direction they'll head in. It's a classic counter to the Xayah.
Oh,
This is not really what I had in mind.
That's a curveball. Just have Dampe locked in instead.
I suppose they can wait and see what the rest of this draft is going to look like first, because Kai'Sa can sometimes throw a cut through a tank pick, like the Scion that is fearlessly banned, the Cassante that's fearlessly banned, but really an Ornn is like what maybe they don't want to play it into. See a Renekton again.
Yeah.
The second phase, he's the new Alistar, second phase ban champion.
Zig's going to get taken away here. Certainly a great option into the Xayah. Xayah, it is a little bit unplayable.
It's really good to follow up onto these dive champions. I think they will lose the Kai'Sa though in that final ban spot because they did throw that Yorick curveball in.
Could be the Ahri ban if they would like to go that way instead, but I would agree with you. I think that the Kai'Sa ban would make a lot of sense.
I'm just so much more concerned about Pays right now than I am about Faker as a threat. And both of these threatening champions are going to be into the hands of Pays if they do end up locking it in. Ziggs and then this Kai'Sa, which we expect to be the ban.
All right, so it's a Lee Sin for Lucid, right?
Could be. But also still, like, be... If there's a... I mean, the thing is, like, Galio's not really going to work out here as a counterpick to this Aurora anymore in this draft. They need some type of damage.
Sivir.
The Sivir I was talking about, they are more worried about.
All right, so Corki, Kai'Sa.
I think Kai'Sa is the better bet here.
I would expect that one to be the pickup, but Zeri is a possibility as well. Still cycling through a few different options. Let's see where Pays does decide to land, as Jhin would make me less happy.
Yeah, Jhin is quite weird in this one.
And it's Zeri.
Okay, this is where Pays made his career, where he made his mark on this pick. Picking up right where Ruler left off. When he left and Pays took his place, Ruler was ending the season right before that, picking up MVPs on the Zeri, and then Pays was like, it's my turn.
Yeah.
And now he moves to T1 here. We'll lock it in. It's the only pick he hasn't played this tournament in terms of the late game ones. It'll be his first time on the champion.
Oh, Nefiri. Now this was the classic answer to the Vi. As you can go untargetable, you can deny the cease and desist. So when you meet in the jungle, does mean that the Nefiri does have a slight edge. It was Raptor that was so good at this in the LCK this year.
I think they need something a little bit more punchy in this top lane if they're going to go for this, like a Camille or something like that. It's going to be so tough to play Camille into Yorick, though, and locking down the Zeri feels like it's going to be such a big challenge. And
Cassiopeia, okay, so still theoretically flexible. There was a time where we saw Cassio in the top lane, but it is likely going to be she piloting the Aurora towards the top side of the map, and now Faker, what is he going to play? That is a hover on an Aurelia.
He might have to play Galio in this draft. It's a very awkward one here. The Aurelia is such an inherent risk
I mean, it's almost unplayable into Cassiopeia, isn't it? Oh no, the Mel.
Mel is 0-8 this tournament.
Oh, it's Akali in the end. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Miasma's going to have to be placed very, very effectively here for Showmaker.
But if it is, Akali kind of can't do anything.
Yeah.
So it's a very risky choice. It also is a melee champion into the Cassiopeia early. The Nefiri we saw Raptor dominate on towards the end of the LCK playoffs. It's been a long time since then, and this pick has not otherwise really been very relevant. But Lucid kind of made a name for himself on it this year when it was relevant at the beginning of the year. We'll see what he can get done with this pick. This draft here for D+, though, is incredibly squishy. I mean, for both sides, but there's a Vi and an Akali and a Zeri on the other side. I'm feeling like T1, if Faker doesn't mess up this laning phase, definitely have, in my mind, the more stable draft.
I agree with you. I do think that the Rel gives a little bit of tankiness, and at least now Korea can take Aftershock and feel good about it. There is that, but I think maybe a little bit of excessive cooking out of D+. They have been known to do this as we get later and later into Fearless Draft.
Regardless of the roster, regardless of the coaching staff, this has always been true.
Yes, and we used to blame Beryl for it. Beryl's not there anymore. Maybe it was Showmaker the whole time, but now it is time to get under the rift here. Game number 4. Okay, did D+ just have their fan chant skipped? I think that's what happened.
I didn't hear a T1 one. I thought the D+ fan chant was just mistimed.
Aha, so maybe they just did all of the fan chants at once. Okay.
Anyway, I did ask around yesterday, and it seems like we don't really have the fan audio going, at least clearly into our headsets, so probably nobody really knows.
So everyone was just really confused as to why nothing was being said at the beginning.
Yeah, well, we were trying to respect the fan chants. We're not 100% sure what went wrong with those, but a risky draft on both sides, I think, here in this 4th game.
I would agree.
Life on the line for T1. For D+, reverse sweep feels almost certain if you lose 2 in a row. It's so difficult to deny reverse sweeps. Hano was able to do it yesterday.
That's all right, Showmaker finding Faker here. Or Faker finding Showmaker, one of the two. As Carrier and Pays now towards this bottom side. As let's see who's going to be able to win this initial scuffle. Neither team necessarily feeling phenomenal about the early game as Faker took a turret shot. And Showmaker gets Conqueror and is now looking to chase down the Akali.
Yeah, this is really bad for Faker. And we'll try to wait out the Conqueror, but otherwise it's going to be completely zoned here.
My goodness.
This is a disaster. If he doesn't take that turret shot, everything he did up to that point makes sense and is correct, but...
And now it's like Twin Fang picked up for Showmaker. As soon as he hits level 2, Noxious Blast comes in, and then he can get those resets. So it's very, very frightening. As far as hitting that level up, and he's very, very close to it. It's Lucid now starting on the enemy side of the map.
Owner is seen on this ward, and crossing this ward also can give Showmaker a little bit of pause, but knows that Owner is taking the Raptors, so
yeah,
continue to pressure instead.
They're starting on opposite sides as DK thinking about something here at level 2. Pays and Carrier are able to, heal their way out of it.
Barrier here for Pays versus the Ghost for Smash. I think Ghost makes a ton of sense for what's going to happen later on in this game, but there is a potential of Career missing an engage and Pays going all in with his Q because he has that barrier advantage. So this is something that Career is really going to have to consider when he goes in for that crash down, you know? It might not be going out.
Oh, it's level 3. Noxious Blast connects, and then Faker flash, and he's able to avoid death. Showmaker does take a turret shot there, so he's in a little bit of trouble, but no jungler in the area. So Flash is traded, and Showmaker is pretty far ahead as far as that farm is concerned. Owner now moving over, looking for Smash and Korea. And because of vertical jungling, means that DK needs to be very respectful of what's happening here towards the bottom side of the map.
I have to say, Faker greeds for the extra wave here. He's going to get away with it. Incredible recovery after that turret shot.
And Carrier goes in. Grand Entrance is going to come down. Good crash down there for Korea, though. As a lot of damage back onto Carrier.
Faker is going to get this back off. I'll get a TP back. Wave is being held, though, and that is a big problem for Faker. He's going to TP straight back in.
Yeah, pulling the wave is Showmaker. So the Akali still going to have to try and deal with where this minion wave is going to be. The Fury not exactly the most dangerous gank though.
Yeah, it will prevent Owner from doing anything here either. So he can kind of just try to harass Faker and deny a little bit of farm. And this lane here is going to be a reset. A little bit of annoyance there from FaZe. Doran, maybe gankable. But again, like you said, the Fury is not really that scary at this point.
Yeah, she was being pretty aggressive here as we can see, but is taking a bit of damage back himself. As Lucid wants to be able to take down Owner, but look at Carrier on that blast cone, ready to make his way in. Owner is going to follow up, but no Vault Breaker to land. There's the grand entrance, but it's avoided as Lucid just comes on over, I believe takes away that big Raptor, as Showmaker and Faker have just been sitting on 300 health for what feels like this entire laning phase.
I mean, Showmaker was trying to push the advantage so that Lucid could make that play and Faker could not impact. Career is here, has flash for a potential engage, and it feels like we are on the edge of our seats for every possible second in this mid lane.
Yeah.
And Owner is actually going to wrap around here, I think, off Scuttle Vision.
Oh, she was so dead. There's the flash, and that's just a solo bolo. Doran's able to pick that one up. Not sure what Shiu was really thinking there.
I suppose he thought maybe he had enough spacing with the bearding, but he was just killed so quickly by the flash engage, or flash finish, I should really say, from Doran.
Yeah.
And that's a big win. It's going to put the Yorick on the map.
And Yorick is a big deal in the side lane.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a large win condition, especially now for T1.
The Zeri online later on in the game, can buy space, buy time, does feel huge. We had all those exchanges happen on the bottom side of the map. Neither AD carry actually was able to purchase items. We were just still hard farming down here, which is why they have such a massive amount of CS compared to everybody else.
Well, not too much to really come of it, especially when you're sitting on a Doran's Blade. The kill threat is lower, you may say.
I mean, there is a level 6 all-in here for FaZe and Keria if FaZe hits the 6. But it looks like they just hit 5, so not going to really be anything crazy about to happen here.
Yep. And Career and Keria just roaming around. I believe we'll have their level 5s relatively soon. It's a good sidestep there from Career, who now crashes towards Keria and pays. Another heal is going to come out as Career sitting on his, so slight summon a spell advantage. His Owner is going to start off this dragon.
He has control vision on this, and he's going to go for the early smite. I think they tracked very well where Lucid was on the map, so he's just going to rush this down as quickly as he can. He'll have his second smite if there were ever to be a contest, but Faker is controlling the brush right now. Gets the control vision, and Faker's gotten through the hardest part of this early laning phase. There is the second smite. Really well played here from Owner. Great read on the map. Lucid is not even going to be able to get the Constellation Raptors in exchange.
Yeah, Faker actually able to come on over and deter him, as Showmaker has that level 6 now. Faker as well, though. So the Akali's threat has certainly gone up as the Maiden moving down the river alongside Doran. Keria possibly looking for a bit of an angle, but does get poisoned. Another Noxious Blast, but Faker not taking too much from that. Miasma goes down, and this is a lot of damage. Showmaker has been very good.
I mean, like, I was going to say it earlier, but I think he has been the best mid laner. You know, like, Zeka has had some great games. He had that pop off a Kali game, but no one has been able to generate the leads, the pressure that Showmaker has this game. He has
definitely not consistently.
It's like the laning phase in particular, where we have seen Showmaker kind of struggle over the last 2 years at certain points, especially towards the end of the year. This feels like the beginning of the year, even though it's like the most end of the year because it's the new rosters and the start of the 2026 season.
Now, World's Final is the end of the year. From then on, everything else is the next year.
It feels
that's how my brain works.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how most people look at this. Obviously including Kespa, because they want to do this with new rosters, right? So, Showmaker anyways looking incredible here. And unfortunately for Shiu, he's not looking so hot in this early laning phase as Doran picks up more plate gold here. He got the kill, first blood, and 700 gold now is his advantage from the plates he's garnered. And he also has given so much topside control that T1 are going to be able to start these grubs off. Owner can get the first one without a smite, so that's practically a 2 out of 3 guaranteed.
Yeah, Faker also is going to start bleeding there as Lucid throwing through these daggers.
TP TP.
Yeah, there is. Oh, the Vault Breaker into the cease and desist is now Lucid trying to flash his way out. Faker will be able to find the doggo though, and now Showmaker finds himself in melee range. The ulti doesn't quite work, but Owner is still very, very low. Showmaker flashes away, but it's the ghouls that pick up the Snake Lady, and there is the quickness to take down Smash. He does manage to pull the feathers back, but there it is, the Morning Mist, and down goes the Xayah. These ghouls are being real pesky, and I think that's a killing spree for Doran on this yard.
Yeah, Doran is looking pretty big in this game, as Shiu does not have teleport, so can't actually come to this. Everything that happens in this exchange is just insane greed from D+. I get it, because you are a Nefiri, and you do have your W to go untargetable, so you're thinking you're going to buy time for Showmaker's teleport in, but it's just, unfortunately, so much damage he takes, and he is one of the parts of this composition that if he dies early, damage is lost with. And Faker, despite some dogs trying to troll him, is able to get the access to the backline he wants. And Doran says goodbye. Another set of ghouls to finish the double. He picks up his third of the game. And now he's 1,200 gold ahead.
Yeah, the top lane lead is just obscene. 2,000 gold is the advantage here for T1 as well. As DK, I mean, at least there is some money going into the hands of Smash, as he's only about a wave behind. And there's about a 100 gold difference between the two. Probably has Essence Reaver pretty close. There it is. So at least completes that as he makes his way back towards topside yet again. I don't think this game is over by any means, but that early skirmish does really hinder DK because so much money went into the split push threat.
Yeah, it feels like sides are done for D+ in this game. Unless something changes very drastically very soon. And Shiu got some extra farm, but this is not reflected in the gold lead, as he was just sitting down there on the bottom side, got a plate and about 2 extra waves. But the kills that Doran got just kind of nullify that and give him an even further advantage. Showmaker in this game is not going to be doing big damages for a while. He was super relevant, obviously, in those first few levels. Pushed his advantage in lane. Was able to get a decent ultimate off in that last fight, but narrowly escapes, right? Like, he's almost able to get out, but there's just so many almost, so many ifs, and I think D+ probably should have been a little bit more willing to either have a better setup for that fight and actually look to wait until Lucid comes in with everybody, or just not fight at all. It was just, I felt like always going to be a losing battle there. It's a misjudgment from D+ with Shiu on the opposite side of the map, and Doran ready to pop off.
Yeah. We'll just have to see how this is going to eventuate, because it will stagnate once again. I think this 2,000 gold lead should not move until we have another fight around an objective, and it might be this dragon coming up in 10 seconds time. Korea getting some information as Carrier is over here as well. There is the back interrupted as Korea will find Carrier, and we're in Korea. It's very difficult for me to say all of these names that are very similar with my accent that just tends to turn all words into the same word.
Yeah, well, in Korean, you know, the difference in the names is really just one vowel, and otherwise the same. It's a very similar naming that they've taken here, but yeah. Korea trying to live up to Korea in this series. Korea
what can I say?
A much better performance between these two. We'll see if that will change, or if we're going to see T1 look to bring us to that 5th and final game. I mean, right now, the game state certainly says we are very likely heading in that direction, especially with the draft here for D+ that you and I were already a little bit skeptical of.
Well, they are pulling back a little bit when it comes to the money.
无人岛对于林小璐这一届，
shrank just by a couple hundred. And Showmaker here towards his top side, once again laning against Faker, and does have a bunch of friends in the area as well. See where the Faker is going to take the bait. As Shiu now towards his bottom side, he's got friends coming over as well, and this is dangerous.
I mean, Showmaker doesn't have TP, he is in danger.
Yeah, Between Worlds comes in, there's cease and desist to Shiu, able to flash his way out, but more ghouls being annoying, and there is 4-0-1, 100% kill contribution here for Doran, and his ghouls are getting all the work done.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy space against a lot of melee champions as the Aurora, and get out with a flash and the ult there, but against the ghouls, they're still gonna get you. And T1 now even scrapping here in the jungle. Carrier has flash and ult. He wants to turn this.
Oh yeah, the good ghost there from Smash to avoid the quickness, but still.
Owner was so close nearby. That was a very risky exchange for D+.
Lucid is going to be able to take down this red buff as the Maiden almost take this first turret for T1. That'll be on another wave if Doran would like it. And T1 with this game well and truly under their control. 3,000 is now the lead after that bot lane gank. And she is back on the map now, but there is only one plate left remaining in this turret in the bottom lane. And Doran, with his Trinity Force, is just so frightening. Look at that, that is just the ghouls.
Like 25% of his health.
That's ludicrous. At least Shu gets a couple of gold when he takes them down. Now Carrier Grand Entrance not going to quite find Lucid as the snare is going to come in. Faker now on a flank angle. Shuriken backflip onto Korea. That's all right, Doran once again looking for an angle. Ghoulie Wall comes in, bounces out of the way with the weirding, but look at this. The flash forward, and if the ghoul hits him, he's likely dead as the Maiden loses interest. And Shu with 100 health is going to at least survive for the moment.
This matchup
is
so lopsided.
Great little knock up as Carrier is dashing around this one. Teleport to come in though as Showmaker wanting to get something back.
He's too late. And this comp for D+ has so little safe engage, right? Like the Rel is all they really have in this game. It's hard to catch a Rakan, it's hard to catch a Zeri and a Kali. And when you're behind, how do you fish for picks? How do you fish for catching some of T1 here? Speaking of Akali, she gets an extra wave pushed into that top turret, which is incredibly low now. Showmaker TP'd over, finds nothing, sacrifices even more money on the map, and now the Rift Herald has spawned. On the top side of the map, there's a little bit of control that Showmaker can garner here. With this Cassiopeia, if he clears this wave out quickly, Lucid is here first. Maybe this could be the for D+ if they can secure this and grab a turret.
Yeah, might be a possibility.
I mean, it's a big maybe.
They are doing a fair bit of damage to it, as of course Shu and Lucid have a lot of damage themselves. They got a Cassiopeia moving down. So
Doran has TP, and also if he doesn't TP, that turret is gone. He is going to TP now, though.
Yeah, Faker is moving in at the perfect timing as well. His owner is going to make this a 50-50. We'll see whether they can steal this away. It is going to be Lucid that picks it up. A cease and desist onto Showmaker. He gets knocked up. Between Worlds comes in, and down goes the Snake. Perfect execution from Faker as it is just a wash. She is trying to get himself out, but the ghouls will not relent. And now it is Smash against the world. He's got a Feather Storm, but unfortunately it's a triple for Pays and nothing for DK.
I'll put a stamp on that one. I think T1's message on this contest of the Herald is very clear. It is a resounding, we will see you in Game 5. Carrier's follow-up here to the engage, which was so crisp from Owner, is so swift. Smash plays this well, gets the feather call back, is able to zone them away from Shield for a moment, gets onto the turret and plays it as best as he can, but the rest of the team has fallen around him. Triple goes over to Pays. This Zeri is already online, and T1 with side lane control. I just don't know if they can do any wrong here. Faker, maybe he's one domino to fall.
Yeah, Career is going to look for it as the rest of T1 are making their way over. Shattering Strike to stun up a couple of them. As there's the crash down. Faker, though, able to flash his way out. And T1, I mean, they could even re-engage if they want to. As DK just cannot get anything right now. 8.3 thousand gold here at 17 minutes.
Smash trying to clear that wave as fast as possible here. And maybe put some damage onto that turret. I thought perhaps for just a second there that they would look for a dragon, take off the mid-prio. But T1 get back so quickly, they just simply cannot. And that's Owner going to be taking the Infernal Soul point.
Man, Doran is just so large. As, all right, Noxious Blast going to miss. And Doran, let's see whether he takes damage. The answer is sort of a little bit, but not really. And Showmaker is very, very dead. He flashes out of the way, but the ghouls are still coming. And he at least gets that 2 gold.
I mean, he had to ult the ghouls.
Yeah.
Actually still almost dead, has to flash. The Dragon's just taken in the interim.
Oh my god. That was like a quarter of the health bar of the turret just gone in one Q. Thanks to the Trinity Force and just the power of this Yorick. As the Maiden has stayed alive this whole game as well. 5-0-5, still 100% kill contribution on the Yorick.
I actually want to see damage to champions. If Pays is caught up to Doran or not.
He has not. We just had it, and I
it.
can confirm that he has not caught up. As Faker looking for a little bit of an angle here as he does throw down the ulti. The Redemption's in there as well. As Lucid looking to come on over. Faker is just going to leave. There's the ult out from Lucid though, looking to take down this Akali. He gets smoked as now Korea looks for a bit of an angle. And now Shiu goes between worlds. They really want to kill Faker, and they might be able to do that I just don't think that it's going to really have much of an effect on the outcome of the game.
Yeah, and can they defend their inhibitor turret is the other question. It looks like Doran's instead going to rotate over here to help the control of the jungle, and he might even be able to look for a fight here.
Yeah, cease and desist comes down there as the Neferi just dead on the floor. As Doran's going to rotate in, Korea takes one auto and realizes that he cannot be anywhere near this Yorick as Doran is moving in once again. There's a Magnet Storm as they do get the shutdown onto this Yorick. Smash now looking for a little bit more.
Smash gets 2 shutdowns in the fight. It gets the first one on the Faker, the second one on the Doran. And now, I mean, he's put a small dent in this gold lead. I just don't know if it's going to alone be enough, but it is best case scenario, I think, here for D+.
Yep, their base is still intact, but Soul Point is over there for T1, and they are playing a bit fast and loose, as we can see here.
If Doran's here a little bit faster, I think they 100% get the wall up onto Career there in that choke, and he does not get out. Instead, it's going to be Doran going back in here, very fast and loose, except as Yorick, very slow and sluggish, and will get taken out by this Xayah here, who is starting to do a significant amount of damage. Smash is the only hope here for the side of D+. Maybe Showmaker could be the second hope in 10 minutes, but we're still a lot ways away from that right now, and there are just so many ways to get on top of this Cassiopeia, who's currently flashless.
Oh man, that is an entire Lord Dom's just complete.
Yeah, he has an item advantage at the moment.
Yep. He had nothing, and then Lord Dom's. So good. That's
2 shutdowns.
Big amounts of money. As you can see at the top of your screen, though, it is still 8,500 gold the lead for T1. And 41k compared to 32 is just, yeah, that 8.5 feels even more here at 20 minutes into the game.
D+ have had a few games like this where they're down 8,000 or more, and they keep it interesting. I mean, a few of those they've come back to win. Most of them, they've just kept it interesting and ultimately still lost, but...
I mean, Smash having all of the money, though, is a very big deal.
I mean, that's critical. You know, if the kill goes over to Career, for example, that's game-changing.
Yep.
The fact that Smash is able to get both shutdowns means that maybe, if the circumstances are right, they can make something happen here. They are rotating over to deny this Otacon, and T1, I think, wisely will back away. But Doran is pushing. Xiu needs to answer that at the same time.
How is this ward unseen by that controller? It's actually kind of crazy. As, yeah, you were saying, Doran is underneath the turret. The turret does get mad at him, but he may just kill it as Doran, let's see whether he can survive. A few of these buttons are connecting here by Xiu, but we are going to check out this fight towards the top side of the map instead.
I mean, if Xiu dies, they could almost end the game with Doran, even though he's low health. As here comes the engage.
Carrier pops the quickness. They look for Lucid, who does get dove on. Carrier still going to be in a lot of trouble, though, as down goes the Rakan. Still, the Otacon will be picked up by T1. In this fight, though, T1 is still looking for an angle, and Lucid is very low. Smash will get on top of Ona. Cease and desist comes down, and there is the kill onto the one man with money here on D+. Showmaker does look for the petrifying gaze, but Pays is not going to be too worried about it. He picks up a double. And DK, they cannot catch a break in these team
simply
fights.
cannot. Doran instantly teleports to mid to look for that second inhibitor. The outer, well, not the outer, but outside of the base, the inner in the top lane is also going to be going down here to T1 in the snap follow-up to that team fight. I don't think there's any answer for Doran taking down this second inhibitor. It is just going to go. And that last fight was pretty sloppy there for D+, but they just don't have a lot of angles. They don't have a lot of options, right? It's hard to have a clean team fight in this type of scenario with the lackluster engages there from Career. The follow-up from Showmaker just isn't there. They both go down. D+'s base now is in tatters. The gold lead increases by about 50% here for T1 as they crest 14,000, the advantage. And when you see fights like this, you're like, all right, well, how could we play this? We have 4. They have 3, but Lucid's incredibly low. Look at Faker going into the backline. Career's engage is super disjointed with Showmaker, and they just don't have any way to get Showmaker out. He doesn't have the damage to compete with Pays.
All right, another fight is going to break out here as Career is in a lot of trouble. Pays and Smash going to be fighting, but it is going to be Smash that wins out in the end. Still, the main carry is going to be Doran, and let's see what he can do. Is now 1 versus 4, but he picks up a double already. He is going to be taken out as now Smash is trying to deal with the GOAT, and the GOAT is going to win that time. It's a double here for the Akali as T1. They have carries everywhere, and Xiu not going to be able to do anything about this one.
2 waves of super minions crashing into the base as well. Xiu just trying to get out to buy time.
Yeah, the flash is going to be able to get him to relative safety, but the Vault Breaker gets Ona into the base of DK. Cease and desist is not there though, and there is the Vault Breaker. Azona will decide not to dive Nexus turrets.
Double super wave coming through here. I thought almost that they were going to look to try to end, but the health bar is too low, and the regen from Shiu and the fountain will be enough to keep him alive. Lucid still here as well with the revives coming through. They are just going to take their 2 inhibitors and leave.
It's Infernal Soul though that T1 can just collect anytime they would like.
Yeah, and Infernal Soul with a 3.5 item Zeri, mind you.
Not to mention a 13,000 gold lead. It's just adding more money to the money that they already have.
Doran is still not surpassed.
Yeah, the Yorick is, we're not forgetting Yorick Mori.
Smash is doing more than FaZe so far this game. He's trying his hardest to get them back into this one, but there is no way to contest this dragon, as you were saying. And
yeah, that's going to be a bridge too far. And maybe they need to give this up so that there's a potential Elder Flip angle.
I mean, or that maybe there's a Baron in their future that they have to defend on the other side of the map, because if T1 get the Baron with these 2 inhibitors down, they just end the game.
All right,
Shiu!
Well, there is Carrier going down. Shiu actually finding a lot of damage there, and Smash picks up the kill. So that's good. We're going to say that that's positive, but Career is now taking so much damage. Doran is the main carry, we have to remember. Magnetstorm connects onto 2 as the ulti comes down from Showmaker. Does do a lot of work to soften them up, and it is Doran that's going to be falling, but the main carry is going to be FaZe this time as he picks up a triple. They look for more. It's Faker that is able to grab another one. It's a full house. FaZe full of Faker. And T1, I think, will just end this game here and send us to 5.
5 games again. We have still only missed 2 of the maximum amount of games we could have here at Kespa Cup 2025. We go the distance again. T1 bringing us to a 5th and final. They've already brought themselves to a top 3, but they're looking for, in this final game, the win to bring them to their first Kespa Cup finals.
And it's kind of crazy. The last time that I was like really excited about a T1 roster in the Kespa Cup, because oftentimes they haven't actually brought the main roster, right, was when in 2019 they had like that super team put together when Marta was on the roster alongside Teddy. I believe they had Khan on the top side and Peanut, or was it Clid? It might have been Clid in the jungle, and then of course Faker in that mid lane. We have voted for Doran. No surprises there. The guy was just insane.
That would have been the 2018 roster, yeah.
Was that 2018? No,
yeah,
2019. 2018 was Huni.
And 2019 was when Clid got replaced, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that was 2020.
2020. That was 2020.
Yeah, I'm blurring my old scale things together.
There was a bit of craziness between 2018 and 2020 on T1. As this was a lot of craziness in this game as well. But the roster is a little bit more easy to follow because they only changed 1 person, and that 1 person has done very, very well.
They've been only changing a maximum of 1, more average 0 recently. As
the 6th man though of the Ghouls, as you can see here, pretty good.
Doran did play League of Legends very well. He did this game into one of Shiu's comfort picks on this Aurora, which was their first pick. Just did very little. They had a heroic attempt in that last fight with Shiu looking for the catch onto Keria.
点赞再看，养成习惯。
HLE 让2不追3战胜 DK， 平静。HLE 让2不追。
做就死，没问题，一做就死。那还是卡列喽。哎，不对，哎，皇子。哦，对，皇子真还在啊。那来呀，来呀，来呀！加掉青光影，加掉青光影啊，来呀！这帮还在外面呢，我感觉一直就是要选，但一直都没选。声音真小是吧？那我再调回去。之前有人说我声音大，给我调低了，我再给他调回去。那就往后稍稍，先卡莉斯塔吧。反正左边配炸弹人不可能选电大塔的。怎么这个搜狗输入法又跳出来了？日女没问题，应付配炸弹人。我想你来不了总督，哎，别送了，别送了，都看完了，别送了，别送了，别送了。今天有一个哥们儿送了不少礼物，我记得。别送了，我就看一个 K 杯，后面我也看不了，后面也没直播。我已经调最大了，别钓我鱼了，不调大了，这是最开始的声音。我已经调很大了。主播是采访，主播是佩子的爹。我，但是佩子妈妈我真挺喜欢的。感觉不能办中单，办中单是在办自己。感觉办中单是在办自己。办永恩没问题，办永恩不是在办自己，办永恩不是在办自己。没有，我就开玩笑。你们看过佩子妈妈的照片吗？挺漂亮的，纯欣赏，好吧，纯口嗨，没什么。办永恩真没问题啊。左边自办卡牌，你有点幽默了吧？你凭什么右边会选卡牌啊？凭什么右边会选卡牌啊？小火龙加里奥要来了，逼你办，这左边要办了，肯定要办啊！不办加里奥，什么意思啊？左边想选小炮或者飞机中单，他是你敢选我就敢小炮飞机，来呀，怕你啊！凭什么会觉得会怕呢？飞神的加里奥。BO5最后一局，那个男人，原皮加里奥，不会是中单鳄鱼打加里奥吧？你选鳄鱼，右边要金刚影了。我觉得选一个那种让右边出不了青钢影的东西比较好，我感觉。狐狸，这个我见过。狐狸打加雕我见过，你见过吗 ？Showmaker 你见过吗？你看比赛了吗？那一年是不是16强之后就不敢看比赛了呀？是不是没见过狐狸打加里奥呀？但是有点缺伤害吧？真得青钢影吧？真。这个，这个还真行。 对，这个我跟你说，这个跟你说是对的。他配列娜塔很厉害，你们知道列娜塔加奥拉夫的含金量吗？你们被这个东西追着砍过吗？你们有没有被这个东西追着砍过？很恐怖啊，真的很恐怖啊！你们有没有被列娜塔加这个奥拉夫追着砍过呀？而且左边这种都是要贴脸打的，都是日女跟鳄鱼要飞到脸上的，然后他直接跟你站撸。感觉是有说法的，感觉是有说法的。你别急，先给我去把那个道歉信的表格给下载下来。这把打完你就等着填道歉信吧，你就等着，给我等着。哎，你为什么不用飞神的皮肤呀？你为什么不用飞神的皮肤？要神罚了。你为什么不用名人堂皮肤啊？这个熊妹克为什么不用费老师的皮肤？我感觉好像 LCK 的中单都在用那个皮肤，就你不用，搞特殊啊！要神罚了。哎，这鳄鱼怂了，鳄鱼怎么是多兰盾出门呀？鳄鱼怂了，右边直接疾跑 TP， 好狠啊！直接疾跑 TP， 他这种是要就是6级追着你砍一套的，他是要6级追着你砍的。直接 Q 中了，破骸骨，扭一下拉兵线，再 A 捡斧子，再 A 再 Q， 再 A 征服者满了再 Q 一下，再 A， 我操蓝神！直接嗑药了，药就没了。右边有饼干，左边带骨甲的应该是没饼干的。而且他怎么带电信啊？他没带不灭。这把我见过，那一把的狐狸也带的是电信，也没带不灭。那一把的狐狸也没带不灭。我见过这把。三级鳄鱼要避锋芒，哎不对，伤害不够，但是 E 技能拉开 ，Q 技能中了，要追，开疾跑了，我操，开疾跑了，直接打闪，疾跑换闪 ，CD 比你快，下一波6级要杀，而且兵线还卡住了，这波是个回推线，他回家直接踢出来，多兰的对线处理，两格血追着4格血跑 ，Q 技能中了，要追，开疾跑了。我操！开疾跑了，直接打闪，疾跑换闪 ，CD 比又来了，4级攻势月下，这把我这不啊，一颗闪失误了，但是一看应该是够了，怎么没意义啊？还行，就能杀掉打野跟 AD， 可以打野跟炸弹人换，炸弹人有踢的呀，你装死了他能踢回来啊！我操！ 这一波是什么问题？跟你说，这一波是佩子把 Faker 害死了。你听我说，这一波他能绕到野区里面来，就是因为皇子在下路死了，然后 Lucy 他知道皇子位置了，所以他直接绕过来，然后给 Faker 杀了。这波是佩子把 Faker 害死了。你听我说啊，真的是招补啊！你听我说啊。哎，这波有点亏，还没6呢，这波是没法反打的。W 摁掉了 ，W 开了的话有点问题 ，W 摁掉了。哎呦 ，W 摁掉了，他想升6，差一点应该是，可惜，关键时候拉了一波大的。他那个 W 一摁，我就感觉他要死了。他那个多兰的 W 一摁，我就知道他要死了。但是已经很强行了，这 W 不能摁的，摁了就死了。道歉信先放一遍，再下载道歉信的先暂停一下。情况有变。没事，佩子1-0了，先给我把佩子的道歉信给下载下来。你把那个抬头上面的多兰改成佩子也能用，信我，这把佩子要 C。要推，加里奥直接跳大，但这个大招其实给的不好。Lucy 的没有进，他是佯攻，有拔毛城，很稳。佩子就闪现过去 A 人，佩子一个人在3个人脸上跳舞。但他没伤害，先杀一个这个，一技能刷新。哎，为什么不看后面？佩子你去哪了？佩子，你要干嘛？你佩子？哎，又杀了，这么节奏触发，这个没蓝了。佩子，他为什么不回头杀齐亚娜跟那个狐狸呀？我感觉他这波要杀完了都。他追那个没蓝的炸弹人干嘛呀？他前面挺帅的，他这波很赶，他知道没技能，然后你那个 Lucy 的没大的，然后进化解的也很快，这一波没问题，这跑了。跑了。
Ton of time and Showmaker is forced to flash, and then this is the compositional problems I think we're going to see later on for D+ in this game. That right now Lucid is able to somewhat solve because he still has that first damage. We're still early on, but this Callista is a monster, and Lucid is able to get this kill here, which is very much on his last legs. He almost was able to get out with the stealth here. Faker does punch him to death, but you could see that Ziggs just doesn't tussle well when he doesn't have buttons to press.
You need to be able to hold them at arm's length, but the rest of the composition doesn't necessarily do that all that well. As we're seeing Lucid wrapping around though, looking for another opportunity as there is the supreme display of talent. Pays not going to get bailed out of this one, as it's a beautiful satchel to hold Carrier in position as well. Bouncing bomb coming on through there as DK.
They needed this so desperately. This is the one place where D+ have a big deficit because of those kills from Pays, and he's 20 CS down. You grab a kill here on this bottom side of the map, and we'll get maybe even a plate as well on top of it. The snowball needs to keep rolling.
Shiyu going in once again. Dominus comes down. There's a teleport in from Carrier to this top lane as Ona coming on through. That is going to be now Lucid put inside this Cataclysm, and he's going to get taunted up and destroyed. Faker kills him one more time to bring T1 back to parity as best they can. It's still 1,000 gold the advantage. As Ona just following through with these thumbs up. I really do like the emote game that's being demonstrated so far today.
Every single pick that T1 gets, every kill they trade back, keeps this game so much more playable for them. The Callista is going to be incredible in the mid game. Already is pretty significantly ahead, obviously, in this one. T1 are going to grab this first grub. Faker has a little bit of zone control here with his taunt.
Yeah,
and
wall coming on down.
FaZe, you know, at this state is going to be able to clear the mid wave and then come over. It's really difficult to challenge as D+ here, so this is just going to be free objectives over to the side of T1 as we're going to see Smash commit to sticking around to get some of that farm lead shored up here, maybe even commit to another plate. Nowhere near satchel range at this point, but anytime a Ziggs gets alone time with his passive on this turret, he's going to be feeling better about his game state, as the leads are everywhere else, right? 4 D+.
Yep.
Just need to hold on to those.
Plate money is very, very important. Korea going to be moving up, though, as you can see. Meek doing a decent amount of work there for Shiu. As Carrier looking for some logistics towards Korea. But so far, they're actually feeling all right. FaZe will be able to keep this Renekton at arm's length, though, as Faker taking a bit of damage. The Foxfire doing work here for Showmaker. As now Lucid going to get a bit of a snare onto Owner as he turns up. There's the dash on through. Still, Lucid just going to evict the Jarvan, and not too much more is going to occur from that one.
Faker does have his teleport. Looks like he's not going to use it to rejoin those minions as they crash into his turret. And this is a pretty good lane setup here for the side of D+. Shiu getting that kill earlier means he's able to just hold his own up on the top side as the Ziggs can just chuck bombs. Ooh, that was really scary.
Yeah, handshake is going to be avoided. Slice and dice. There's the Fate's call. Still gets the knock up as Shiu now has to deal with the hostile takeover, but fortunately for him, he keeps walking the right direction with Dominus. Has that extra health for the padding, but still T1 demonstrating that they are ready to fight at a moment's notice.
That flash was really scary there for Shiu.
Still gets the knock up.
Bomb.
The Fate's call still avoided.
Minions are closer to his turret.
There's the taunt avoided. Slice and dice. There's the Fate's call still. Charm is going to go wide. That orbit reception. As Owner is going to look for some crabs here towards the bottom side river, and will be able to secure it. There we go. Ziggs playing around here in this bottom lane, just trying to do his very best to get back some of this CS deficit that has been picked up by FaZe.
When FaZe has
value, there we go.
Cleanse, which he does right now, that is the scariest time to fight as D+. You want to try to get that off somehow, some way. You have the engage with Leona, you have the charm. He has cleanse though, and bailout, flash even, which is less important, arguably, than the cleanse, I think. He is just going to be ready to fight, and he will just go towards the enemy team and not actually care. Speaking of going towards the enemy team.
Yeah, Cataclysm comes on through there as Lucid trying to deal with Owner. He gets exhausted as Faker is going to kill him again. Never mind. There is a flash to get himself out of the way. Mega Inferno Bomb to try and do the damage, but they lose out on the Drake. They thankfully do not lose Lucid. That is going to be the objective feats going towards T1, and it is now all about this first turret as far as upgrading those shoes.
They are going to be able to defend this turret with the wraparound there from Smash. It's a cannon wave, but I don't think they're that interested with Leona nearby to actually commit for the plate itself. So it's going to be just a bunch of money picked up here for this Ziggs on the bottom side of the map.
Does already have the Ludens completed, so he is able to clear waves relatively quickly.
First completed item for him, picked up now for FaZe with the Blade of the Ruin King. And it is not going to be, at least not initially here for Faker, the damage build, but I just don't think he needs it in this draft necessarily anymore with the Ahri locked in for the side of Showmaker. And the game state, the gold lead has just remained the same. About 1,500 here is Showmaker.
The handshake just barely out of range as
he's missed a fair few abilities this game.
A few buttons sort of going awry, as we can see.
Cannot be missing those when he's in range of FaZe.
Yeah. Well, Career is now moving up. Let's see whether he can actually connect something, as Owner is also going to make his way down. The flash handshake not going to connect because Career threw his flash down as well. They are going to be able to remove the wards that are now decorating this river. Minute and a half on the Herald as Carrier takes a lot of damage. Yeah, this first item from FaZe is working out. Sorry, from Smash is working out.
Yeah, that is a lot of burst. Like, the earlier you are in the game, like, yes, the Ziggs gets more AP later and gets a little bit more burst later, but everyone becomes so much harder to kill, and there's so much sustain.
Doesn't win this. Level 11 here for Shiu, has a high level on that Dominus. Hasn't actually pressed that button just yet, as there's a Supreme Display of Talent, Mega Inferno Bomb. The combo's big! As there's the handshake, Satchel to throw them around as, oh, the bouncing bomb! And down goes Carrier. Fate's call actually just wasn't pressed, as now Faker makes his way in, but the heroic entrance is not really going to be helping here as Spirit Rush comes through from Showmaker, and they land the charm this time. Ona going to be able to buffer the flag and drag.
I mean, they are really getting value out of this early scrap that they can set up with this composition. And Shiu, like you said, he wins those in the 1v1. Will be able to push Doran away, deny a lot of farm here, and get a significant amount of damage done to the turret. As initially here, it's the ultimate from Lucid that sets up the bomb.
Love that wombo combo.
And then you're like, okay, well, Smash has to hit every button to kill anybody, and he hits the satchel, hits the Q there just barely. And then, you know, without any support here this early in the game, it's just not really a fight that T1 can continue into this composition that has so much CC. Baker just has to leave.
Tell you what, I'm so proud of Shiu, though, because after that game number 5 into Zeus where he got destroyed, he takes that huge risk in the top lane to go for that 1v1, takes down Doran with a sliver of health remaining, and is now almost 800 gold in the lead. So important that this Renekton got off to a good start, and he made it happen, even with all of those risks involved. Very well done for the young player. But Doran is still going to be Olaf as this game goes on, right? So if we get to team fights, the Ragnarok is going to allow him to just walk past all of the CC and peel.
And outside of the kill, the solo kill that Shiu got in that really risky attempt, we haven't seen Doran in fights just yet. And when he starts to show up for 5v5s, it is going to be a very different story than what we have seen in these last few.
Yeah, handshake is going to pull Career over. Does have the Eclipse available. Smash now moving in. Bouncing bomb, not going to find the value, as DK will back away, but now Minefield comes on down, Career going for the engage. Mega Inferno Bomb doing a bunch of work, but now Pei's able to hop mad, and Career going to be going down first. Shiu now with the Dominus running, and these health bars are not the largest. He flashes, and the Culvermeek to wipe out Carrier. There's a gorgeous charm onto Pei's. He's down, and the Ragnarok, I think it's Valhalla for you, Doran, as the double kill comes in for Shiu. And DK, they want to date with Home Life Esports. They are not done after yesterday, and it's looking like they might be able to get there after 16 minutes of this one.
Shiu might have just won the game off of that play. Now they have a 3,000 gold lead. They've doubled it, and he was able to get into the backline there. Showmaker hits the charm. He's able to avoid any sort of bailout turnaround. And after you watch this bomb come through from Smash, the turn here from T1 comes in because like he doesn't have buttons, and this is the scariest part. They even have the Renata ultimate defensively. This is the scariest part. Like now we don't have damage. She was like, well, guess I'll make it work. He gets into the back line.
Slice and dice.
Flash, slice, and dice. The charm from Showmaker as they are split. The Jarvan cannot peel for Pei's anymore. And the bailout does not activate. The Olaf's on the other side of the fight trying to get something done, but then he's focused down. They cut the fight in half. By they, I mean Shiu. Huge play from him. The fight goes longer without that play from him into the backline, then they do not win the fight. He makes it happen. 3 kills now on this Renekton.
Yeah, now even Career is feeling very comfortable. As
this
with Eclipse,
bomb come through
kind of
Smash,
anything that he would like
the turn
around
here
this
from
map.
T1. Now we don't have damage. She was like, this is the scariest part.
We have
This
Otacon
is the
in 2.5
scariest
minutes,
part.
but
They even
this
have
Drake
Renata
is
ultimate
up and
defense.
available.
This is the scariest
T1,
part. Like now
they're
we
able
don't
to
have
get double
damage.
dragon.
She was like, well,
you know, we like
guess
talking
I'll
about
make
that.
it work. He gets
Flash,
on the back
slice,
line.
and dice to avoid being
Flash, slice, and
sold.
dice. The charm from Showmaker
Shiu
as they are split. The Jarvan cannot peel for Pei's anymore. The bailout does not activate. The Olaf's on the other side. It's so incredibly strong for this Kalista.
And the Olaf.
Yeah. And here's a Herald drop here to try to gain some control over this fight. It's actually the team fight Herald that we do see from time to time that looks like they were considering. Engage from Owner.
It's Smash that actually rides the Herald into Doran. Let's see whether he can get a few extra knockups as he does. There is a supreme display of talent there from Lucid as well as Pei's. Mega Inferno Bomb, and he's down to the bailout already. It's Showmaker that's able to lock that one up as now Shiu gets in there, and he is a walking blender. DK just tear them apart, and it's only Faker left alive.
And the engage coming through from Owner isn't onto the Ziggs, and Smash takes the Herald, which seems kind of silly at first and almost counterintuitive. Faker.
Oh dear, there's the charm, and down he will go. That is the ace.
I think D+ have done it. Lucid is going to be traded back here, but this is another inner going down. They deny soul point. Smash has the satchel here. 2 inners off the play. And look at this engage to come through from T1. They're trying to collapse onto Lucid here. Owner goes in, Doran is there, but the Ziggs is just untouchable. And he actually goes into the thick of things, but plays what happens next perfectly as another peeling ultimate comes through from Lucid. His ultimate is massive. The satchel buys space here for Smash, and then Showmaker can help clean this up. Smash's positioning, the utilization of the Herald there, the teamwork from D+, immense.
Whoa, Showmaker, I think he's dead. They're trying to give the kill over to Pays. Charm is going to connect. He is able to cleanse that one off and picks up the kill. Showmaker, you can see, is grinning after that, as he likes to do. But that was an odd scenario. Not entirely sure how it happened. 7,000 gold is still the lead for DK, though, and I don't think this is going to affect their stride too much, as T1 look to try and get this bit of bounty gold back. But as soon as Shiu turns up, my god, 5-0-3 on this Renekton. Very close to 2 items completed.
I mean, we might just have to see Smash ult this, and he will.
Yep, Mega Inferno is going to clear out the wave entirely.
So that's the defense of the turret.
And look, now he's still in mid lane.
And like he can, as you say, clear the bottom wave while also managing the mid wave. T1 don't have any semblance of map control here. See the item value. Only 400 gold above for Smash over Pays in this game. Pays has 6 kills, you know, but he's gotten so much turret gold with his Ziggs. He's staying incredibly relevant. The lead that Showmaker has over Faker allows him to also be such a big threat into Pays, who currently does not have cleanse. Yeah. And I think for T1 here, to get back into this game, you need to just hunker down and sit on your 2 dragons and hope that you can get Faker to a more difficult to kill state in this game. Play around the Olaf that unfortunately is much smaller than T1 were hoping in this one, as Showmaker is a potential target.
Yeah, Ono looking for him. Of course, he can be very slippery as this Ahri, and he does use the Spirit Rush in order to get himself out of the way. Now looking to try and catch up once again. Gets the electrocute onto Ona there, as now you cannot walk through corridors, not with Smash here. Hextech Minefield still available, and look at that, the short fuse, man, does so much damage.
And it looks like they're just gonna clear this wave and potentially start a Otacon where they can turn.
And the longer T1 mill about, the more damage Smash does.
Exactly. When T1 can't actually be able to get their AD carry, when Pays is not able to actually touch the enemy champions, when they're pushed at 2 arms length, you could almost say in this one, they just keep taking more and more chip. The more they take, the more the Otacon tape becomes reasonable. The more they walk away, the less control they have for a contest. And so they just kind of chip, chip, chip. T1 run with their tail between their legs, and D+ get a free Otacon. Late contest coming through here, but can they actually close the gap? It's going to be so challenging, as look at the damage from Smash.
Yeah, Shiu on a flank angle as well. All of the vision has been mitigated. There is a ward now that is going to see the Crocodile, as that's a great handshake onto Korea. He is likely to go down as the Solar Flare does connect. My god, the AoE damage as Mega Inferno Bomb comes through. The Supreme Display of Talent does barely anything at all though, but now Shiu gets in there and just tears them all apart. He might be going down though, as Pays stays alive. He picks up a triple, and Showmaker, he has to connect a charm or something if he wants to take this, but it does not work. It's a Quadra, and it's only Smash left alive. Pays, can you take him down? The answer is no, because Faker is going to kill him already.
And that's
DK,
Otacon.
I think they may have thrown it away.
I think they may have as well. And this is exactly how T1 was always going to win these team fights, as the extended Callista. Pays putting sticks in everyone, and we'll put them in the Otacon here with Owner. They've got the double smite, not that they need it. There is no one on the Rift who can contest. And at first it looks like they bought enough space, but then D+ get pulled apart piece by piece, starting with Career. Flash used by Smash, one of his defensive tools, now gone. The Faker ultimate here, putting those shields up, makes it so much tougher to actually cut through, and Pays is untouched. And it feels like D+ in this fight just kind of went in piece by piece like lemmings, and T1 pulled them apart. And they will end up getting wiped. They will lose the Otacon, they will lose this bottom turret. And now T1 back in control of this game.
Yeah, or at least closer to it. It is still a lead for DK, and they have Ziggs, lots of damage in the late game, things like this, but Shiu's relevance is going to be smaller and smaller. And look at a 2,000 gold lead for Pays, who has Wit's End now completed against the 2 AP carries. All right, outer turret now going to be taken. That gold lead shrinking ever further. There's a Cataclysm onto Smash as the rest of T1 looking to make their way over. And down will go the Ziggs. Hayes eats the honey fruit. They do need to be careful of this X-Tech minefield that still does some damage. But T1, they are not letting go of this game.
No, they are certainly not, and I think they're in full control of it. They still have a gold deficit, but I think they are massively ahead now. They just got a ton of turrets off of the map, and you can see that with the map control they have, they can just constantly take fights the way they want to. Career pushed away. Shiyu desperately trying to clear this wave. This turret is not long for this world, and if they stick around, they may be in for more.
Yeah, there's the solar flare. It's going to slow down a few of them. Hostile takeover is fantastic, though, as there is Showmaker down already, and the Crocodile cannot do anything. Pays on this Callista is looking for even more. The minions have worn off, so or at least all died, so there's not going to be a turret take here as we look for a little bit of a back. And now Lucid coming on over. They're a little bit split off now as Smash has turned back up again. It's 24 minutes into this game. The Baron is up now.
And I mean, look at this. Shiyu just wants desperately to charge up his rage or his fury to defend this turret, but it's just not realistic. Even though Doran is significantly behind in this game, he's holding the cross angle. The engage from Owner is brilliant. They have the backup from Faker's ult. Pays, they cannot close the gap onto him as much as this Renekton will try. It's just a clean up of kills here. Pays just out of control, and the Callista was always going to be the late game carry in this game if we got there, even though that's not normally her role. When you're playing into a Ziggs composition that has a pick champion in the mid lane with no consistent AP damage, this is the choice D+ opted for. They had the lead, but once it's gone, I don't know if you ever get it back.
Yeah, this is the problem. 500 gold is now that lead for T1. 3 minutes on the Dragon, as Ona not going to be stealing this one away as he mega cones into the Dragon Pit. The Baron is what these teams are going to be looking for.
And what a tragedy it would be to lose like this for D+, with the heroics from Shiyu in the early game, the insane risk paying off there. This composition that, to me, felt impossible to pilot for some of the reasons we're seeing
Hayes
now.
has a Randuin's.
For some of the reasons we're seeing now, they had the lead. Like, it felt like they actually did everything that they could. The impossible was completed. Like, D+ had this game in the bag. And why build damage when, if they can never kill you, it doesn't matter?
Well, Pays, can he actually stay alive? That's the question, as Showmaker is almost just straight up dead. There is going to be the bailout, and it actually works out as Pays manages to survive! He flashes out at the last second after Keria saves his life. And DK, they threw the kitchen sink at them. Lucid is trying to get something back. He kills Keria, but that doesn't do nearly enough. And it's only Smash left alive now. T1 may just march themselves towards a best of 5 against Harmon Life Esports in the final.
Smash is going to try to use what wave clear he can to thin this wave out. The next one is far away. Inhibitor will go down, but he has enough to keep the game going. But how much more can we really squeeze out of this D+? There is just no chance against this insanely fed Callista, who's buying defensive items here because he knows he is the only champion of these 10 that does consistent damage. CC be damned, he doesn't even have his cleanse here, but he's got a bailout, he's got a flash.
My God,
and
how
out he
does
goes.
he live?
He gets out, he doesn't care, and this is Baron now for T1. One more Hail Mary here for D+. Their jungler isn't here, but they need to win the fight.
Yeah, Baron is going to get taken down. There are some low health bars as the Solar Flare doesn't quite find the mark. Maybe Inferno Bomb. Pays survives because he's got so much health. It is kind of ridiculous. As now Shiyu trying to get in there. Pays so incredibly low, but he is going to be able to survive. As now Faker gets into that back line. Lucid will be able to take him down as it's a trade of mid laners. And Smash needs to be so careful. Handshake comes down as Korea gets in there.
Wait a minute.
Supreme Display of Talent comes down. Keria is also dead as the bailout does not work. And it's a double for Smash.
T1, if they lose anybody else, I mean, this is still a Ziggs composition. That base is not going to last very long. If D+ can actually muster up a push, they will have to go back and use the Ziggs a second time to clear the mid-wave to defend their base. Baron here, negative 700 at this point, as Shiyu's back will be stopped here. I don't think he's in any real danger of dying to this Olaf at this point in time. D+ pulling more rabbits out of the hat, though, surviving here, taking the scrappy fight. That burst onto Pays was actually so effective there, and wasn't in any position to get a bailout reset, so they just had to tuck tail and run themselves this time around. The Baron still goes over to T1, and they still have that mid inhibitor down, but maybe D+ get a third Chemtech Drake here. if they can maintain some sort of prio, they have only vision on the left side of the Dragon, and T1 are now starting to regroup.
Yeah, Pays making sure that Owner picks up the blue buff, which was very, very cute. As he has now respawned, he will be able to get it.
He's
Soul
got
point
QSS
on the cards for both teams.
He's got Randuin's QSS and Cleanse, and he's level 16 on this Kalista. They will get the Dragon here for sure.
Yeah, T1 are going to be able to take that one. But because DK denied the last two, it's not really going to mean all that much. And we are a very long way away from an Elder Drake. As now T1 with their last remaining couple of Barons. Doran has one as well in that mid lane. Hayes is pushing down, a minute left on that buff. It looks like this inner turret will be not long for the world. And DK, this is not the hill they want to die on. Okay, Shiv going to be making his way back now. They've pushed out the top wave, so that is one that they will not have to worry about. We'll see whether the defense is going to work here. 40 seconds until...
Smash. One cannon left.
Yeah, there's the bouncing bomb to take that one down. So T1's composition does not siege, by the way. So
and
the fact that they've
clear,
managed to take down this mid wave is already very, very good for them.
Yeah, the wave clear with the Ziggs is pretty insane, but they are eventually getting this next wave, and this turret's not going to last long against the Kalista.
Yep,
and here's the final stand. Final stand here for D+.
We'll see whether they can make it work. It's T1 setting themselves up. It looks like D+ not looking to defend that inhibitor, and it is the top wave that they'll have to rely on to try and keep this game playable. As losing 3 inhibitors is just very, very difficult.
I mean, the fact that they have that inner can buy a ton of space. I thought for certain we were going to see Owner say this is the end of the game. He had Flash, he's level 16, but they did not want to risk it. They did not want to hard force into the base of D+, because even though we're only 30 minutes in, this is not like a 45-plus minute game where if the team goes down, it's just a free win. If you end up getting a clean ace with this Ziggs and you find a wave to go to, you can break open the base of T1 and potentially even end the game. So playing it safe is definitely the better way, as Owner will come in here, take this away, and get out.
Yeah, no red buff available for D+ is kind of a big deal, as Pays managed to pick up the other one on the other side. He's now closing in on the last remaining inhibitor. T1, even without Baron, with the fact that they have super minions parading down 2 of the lanes, so hard for D+ here to defend. Even if they are able to deal with the minion wave, backdoor bonus not really helping out here as Pays. Oh my god, Lucy just taking so much damage there, as this Kalista with 6 items complete is so difficult to deal with, just because level 16 and a massive health bar is super tanky. As all right now, Doran roaming on over, Faker in here as well, as there's the dominance popped from Shield. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive as he's put inside the bouncy castle and will just be rendered to death. Keria so incredibly low, and Lucid now having to deal with the Ragnarok, and Olaf getting his revenge after the early game. Smash is wiped out, and T1, after being down 9,000 gold, they will take down these Nexus turrets and book a date with Homo Life Esports tomorrow, performing exactly what Hanwha did against D+ yesterday. Oh my goodness, and this time being able to complete the reverse sweep.
The reverse sweep comes through here for T1. They were unable to prevent the reverse.
大家好，我是吴宝。前天我解散了我的舰长。
eyes never lie.
The unseen blade is the deadliest.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned. Ah! Double kill. Aced. Double kill. Aced.
Welcome to Bilgewater. Here come the minions. ally has been slain. Your allies decorating the seabed. 2 men overboard. Your ally has been slain. Your ally's done work. Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally has been slain. Your mate's feeding the fishes. Your ally has slain an enemy. Enemy triple kill. Enemy double kill. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Everything's got an end. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Shut down! Tides always turn! Allies lost his innards. Your ally has slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. They got a knack for dying. You have slain an enemy. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your allies decorated. No more cages.
slain. Aced. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain. Enemy quadra kill.
Emperor has returned.
One to cut, one to seal.
Has been slain. Has been slain. Double kill. Ace. Executed.
I'm undisputed.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Slaying an enemy. The enemy's inhibitor has respawned. Double kill. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor slain an enemy. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Killing spree. Slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double
sinners. Ace. Slain an enemy! Your ally has been slain! An enemy. Enemy double kill. Defeated the visions. Enemy triple kill. Killing spree. Your ally has slain an enemy. Enemy double. Ace. Execution. Enemy double kill. the bounty. Lost his innards. Your inhibitor's been destroyed. Your ally has slain an enemy! Enemy double kill! Bring back his hide! Your allies ended that mess! Age worth a coffin. It's sweet in the dishes. Your allies are friends. Your allies have slain an enemy. Aced. Enemy killing spree. Your ally has slain an enemy. Everything's got an end. Enemy double. Aced. We're dead in the water. Your ally has been slain. Inhibitor lost. Your turret's been destroyed. Your turret is splintered. Your inhibitor's respawning soon. Your ally has been slain. Got your inhibitor back.
Once a bandle gunner, always a bandle gunner.
Double kill. Enemy slain. Shut down. Shut down. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Ace. An enemy has been slain. Kill. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. Rampage. An enemy has been slain. been slain. Double kill. Shut down. Ace. Enemy double kill. Slain. Ally has been slain. Has been slain. Enemy double kill. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Difficult to respond.
Disintegration.
All the world on one arrow.
If you're buying, I'm in.
Minions have embarked! Your ally got a double kill. Shut down. slain an enemy. Ally double kill. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Your allies ended that mess. Your ally shut down an enemy. Your allies lost his innards.
luck is smiling. Fired up and ready to serve. Lady Luck is smiling.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy quadra kill. Shut down. Your inhibitor is respawned. Shut down. Shut down. Your team has destroyed. Has been slain. Has been destroyed.
Snuff and got me an ace machine.
Lady Luck is smiling.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned. Quadra kill. been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Slain. Double kill. Ace. Slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Destroyed. Double kill. Ace. An ally has been slain.
live and die by the blade.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. kill. Aced. Shut down. Shut down. Ace. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Ace.
Welcome to Bilgewater. Here come the minions. Ain't worth a coffin. Allies lost his innards. Need some respect. Your ally has slain an enemy. Everything's got an end. Your ally shut down an enemy. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your ally has slain an enemy. Control that one. 4 victims for your mate. Faced. See if they learn their lesson. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Looking for the slaughter god. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Tides always turn. An enemy. 2 men over. Double kill! That'll give him something to think about. Your ally has been slain. More death to go around. Shut down. Your ally has slain an enemy. Won't be the last body to Now his turn. Your ally has been slain. Your turret's down. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree. Your ally shut down an enemy. Let him suffer a bit longer. Your ally scored a triple. That's two of yours down. To the deck with him. And score the turret. Ally double kill. Quadra kill! Ace! I'd like to see that again. Your ally's lost his innards. Your ally has been slain. The bounty. Inhibitor destroyed. got a triple kill. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Rise to work. No adversary. Touchdown. Enemy triple kill. Taste. We're dead in the water. That's the last of their crew. Yourself a pair. Your ally got a double. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally has been slain. Your ally is bloody. Name in him. Ace! Double kill! Aced! Victory! Play! Up and ready to serve. been slain. Enemy rampage! Enemy double kill! Your ally shut down an enemy! Your ally has been slain! Your ally has slain an enemy! Your ally's lost his innards! Your ally has slain an enemy! Twice the bounty! The turret has been destroyed! Your ally's done work! Your ally has slain an enemy! Three souls cut loose. Shut down. Your mate's earning his coin. Put that to rest. Your allies decorating the season. Enemy triple kill. They'll pay in flesh. Your ally has slain an enemy. to legend. The enemy's legendary. Enemy double. You're on free. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Ace. Your turret's been destroyed. Enemy killing. Slaying an enemy. Ace. They come regret it. Ally double kill.